Thank you. As I said, I'm Keisha Paten. I'm the legislative fiscal analyst. I've worked at the legislature since 2011. I worked for a senator when I first started, and then I worked in our research office, which is another one of the nonpartisan divisions. And then I've been in the fiscal office for about 5 years. I really enjoy being the legislative fiscal analyst. It's a very interesting job. We have, as Mikayla said, 10 analysts in the office who are assigned by state agency. So they work directly with the state agencies and with the legislature. We serve kind of as a conduit between the agencies and the legislature for all of the senators. So I do look forward to working with all of you in the future. So you probably know this already, but we do have several other divisions of the legislature. We are set up as we report to the executive board of the legislature, which is a committee of 9 senators that kind of govern the management of the legislative council. And some of the other nonpartisan divisions include the research office, the clerk's office, legislative performance audit, the ombudsman who responds to complaints related to citizen complaints against state agencies, and then also our reviser of statutes who helps draft all of the legislation that you see. So that's how we are set up. We're separate from the individual staff that all of the senators have. So the budget process, I'm just going to go through a short timeline of how this works. I'm going to try and stay like very big picture on this. But if you have questions at any time, please just interrupt me. This is a relatively lengthy process. We do a 2-year biennial budget in the state of Nebraska. That's fairly common with legislatures across the country. So we will start our next biennial budget in July. Agencies will start putting together the information about what they need in their budget, changes that they need to make, and they will submit those to us and to the governor's office. And they'll be available to the public beginning September 15th. So that's when those are due. This will be for, we budget on fiscal year basis, not a calendar year basis. And our fiscal year is from July 1st to June 30th. So this will be for the biennial budget starting July 1st, 2025, going to June 30th of 2027. So it'll be those 2 fiscal years. So agencies do have to plan quite a ways in advance relative to how they will, what kinds of things they need to request 2 years from now. So they put those information pieces together, submit those in their budget requests. Our office and also the governor has a budget office. We all go through all of those requested items, all that information, try to get as much information about those things as possible. And then we are our office is the ones that work directly with the legislature, with the appropriations committee to go through, provide information about what those requests mean, that kind of thing. So we do this initial review by the staff until session starts. And then we begin that review process with the appropriations committee. The appropriations committee works very differently from other committees in the legislature. There's a lot of internal review of all of these budget issues, and then they hold public hearings for each state agency and any bills that are referred to their committee. And then they put together their final recommendation. Through this process, the appropriations committee has several opportunities to review an issue. So they don't necessarily have to decide the first time around. They can get more information and come back to it before they have to make their final recommendation. That usually in a long session will happen in April. They will be finalizing. The budget has to come to the floor by the 70th legislative day. So that is usually when it's reported. I think once we were able to do it earlier, but it is a very long and complicated process. So it has to be to the floor by the 70th day. And that's when the entire legislature has an opportunity to make any changes, review all those things. That's in a long session. We make adjustments in a short session because sometimes when you're planning 2.5 years in the future, things have changed. Situations have changed. Different funding streams have arisen or maybe fallen back. And so we do make we call them mid-biennium adjustments. Those happen in the short session, and it's a very similar process. It's just on a condensed timeline. But it's usually fewer issues because a lot of agencies don't necessarily need to make adjustments. This is just for the agencies that need to make adjustments. When the budget comes to the floor, it's not just one bill. It's usually a whole a variety of bills. They all have a particular purpose. There's a main appropriations bill for the state agencies. There's also a couple of separate bills for constitutional officers and legislators. There's usually a capital construction bill. We handle that separately. And then there could be a bill related to cash funds or the cash reserve fund. So we'll get into a little bit of that, but it is, that's kind of the structure of the budget from a technical standpoint. Philosophically, the way the state budget is created, sometimes this comes up. Nebraska has not used a traditional zero-based budgeting philosophy for a very long time, if ever really. And what I mean by zero-based budgeting is you start from scratch and every agency includes every item that they need appropriation for. And just to clarify, appropriation just means they have the authority to spend the state funds. So instead, what we use is we use the base year, which is their prior year before going into this budget cycle. And then what changes do they need to make relative to that base? What has changed? Do they need additional staff? Do they have additional technology purchases? Do they have a reduction because they're saving on operational expense? Those kinds of things. So it's an incremental change from your prior year budget. We do, however, include for all agencies every biennium, if they have general funds, which I'll get to that definition of what that is later, they do need to include what we call budget modifications. So if they are limited because of budget constraints or revenue constraints to 95% of their base year budget, and they had to do a 5% cut, what items would they be able to potentially include in that 5% cut? So we do always have agencies submit their priority items if we have a difficult budgeting cycle or a difficult revenue cycle. They can present that information as well. Yes.
Has there ever been any discussion or current discussion on zero-based budgeting?
There has been in the past, and I will say one of the challenges is the logistics of zero-based budgeting. We have 80 state agencies, and the appropriations committee, of course, is 9 members. The governor makes a recommendation. But the budgeting process with the system that we do have, they have several hundred budget items to go through every session. And then in addition to that, bills that are referred to their committee. So to move to a zero-based budgeting approach where each agency has to include all of that information and then it has to be reviewed by the legislature is a very difficult and time-consuming logistical process, of course. But I will also say that it is our job in the fiscal office, if there is something that the agency is not identifying, that if there's something that should be changed relative to their base budget, that's something that we could bring to the attention of the legislature. And the governor's budget office does the same. So there is an opportunity for us to say, there's some information here that the legislature may want to consider relative to this base budget. You know, are they actually utilizing all of the funds that have been appropriated in the way that the legislature intended? So we do have a little bit of an oversight role in that way. And of course, you know, any program that an agency does, you know, the legislature can bring legislation to make changes to that, to either scale it down or eliminate it or to add. So that would also potentially have a financial impact to their budget. Is that hopefully that helps?
Yeah, basically it sounds good, but not practical.
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to bring that up.
Yeah, it is, I mean, there are a lot of challenges to it, like just from a logistical standpoint. But I also think in some regard, there are some basic statutory functions of state agencies that, that may not get much review, even in that kind of thing anyway, because, for instance, all state agencies have to have a location, they have to pay rent. So some of these items, you know, would be fairly straightforward. They, you know, they would just be included, but it does, potentially it would offer an opportunity to look at some of their programs and, you know, are they being run efficiently? That can also be done through other legislation, however. Did you have a question?
Yes, so is there always an automatic adjustment for inflation, or is that arbitrary? Okay.
There is not an adjustment for inflation. There is, so we do usually have, obviously there's negotiated, bargaining agreements with, state employees. There's a couple of different unions that, negotiate, salary agreements with the state. And then, there are also other, we call them rules employees. They're not part of the, state employee union. But they also have a salary increase. And so those are things that are planned for and negotiated and, you know, included in our planning going forward. Other inflationary expenses related to rent or utilities or other things, if an agency has insufficient funds, they have to request that in their budget request. So if they know they have a 3% increase in operating expenses for 24/7 facilities, for instance, related to utilities or insurance or those kinds of things, they would have to include that in the budget request as a separate item. So appropriations, there's a lot of technicalities about appropriations, but the main thing that we want to keep in mind is that when the legislature is appropriating money, it needs to be a specific amount for a specific time period for a specific purpose. So that's how the legislature has some control over how the money is being authorized. So for purpose, we use what's called a budget program for that. So a couple of examples, like the Legislative Fiscal Office has its own budget program within the agency of the legislature. Medicaid is its own budget program. So that is the definition then of the budget program is a particular purpose and use of those funds. And then also there's several different types of funds. So the fund that most people talk about is the general fund. But that actually for fiscal year 24-25, which is the one coming up, starting July 1st, only about 31% of state appropriations are actually from the general fund. The general fund is the one that's required by the Constitution to be balanced. It is the one that is the main repository for income and sales taxes. So it is our main fund, and it's the fund that most people hear the most about, but it's only about 30% of the total state appropriations. So we also have cash funds, federal funds, and then revolving funds. And so I will get to a little description of what those are and what that means. So this is, I said expenditure, but I mean appropriation. This is for fiscal year 24-25. These are the appropriations by type of fund. So you can see for fiscal year 24-25, our total state budget is about $17.5 billion. That's not the number that most people usually talk about. The number that most people usually talk about is the general fund budget, which is $5.4 billion. But the state is also planning to expend, you know, those other types of funds. And generally we have two types of expenditures. We have operational expense, things like rent, salaries, insurance, those kinds of expenses. And then we have state aid. And there's two kinds of state aid. We have state aid to local subdivisions. That includes state aid to schools, state aid for the homestead exemption that goes to all political subdivisions, the property tax credit, those kinds of things are state aid to political subdivisions. And then we also have state aid to individuals. And that includes programs under DHHS like Medicaid, child welfare, developmental disability aid. Those sorts of items are on behalf of or to individuals. So that's considered a separate category. And then we do have a small capital construction obligation. Of course, the state has state buildings, state lands maintained. But as you can see, that's only about 1.5% of the total. So it's not, they get a lot of attention too. They're big projects. It's usually a big one-time shot, but as an overall amount of the budget, it's not as much. So the general fund, like I said, this is the one that the legislature has to keep balanced. And the reason for that is actually because the Constitution prohibits the state from going into debt. So if you can't borrow money, you can't spend more than you have. So there's kind of two main concepts to keep in mind when it comes to the budget. Is there an actual appropriation? Is there authority to spend the money? But also, do you have the money in the fund to authorize the spending? So we talk a lot about transfers of funds, revenue into the funds as well, because of this balancing act. You have to have the revenue in the fund in order to authorize the appropriation to spend the funds. So the general fund, of course, like I said, it's mostly sales and income taxes. I will get into that a little bit later. We are required by law to always maintain the state. I mean, not we, the state is obligated by law to maintain at least 3% in the general fund at all times. This is mostly for cash flow purposes. So the legislature cannot even budget to that amount. That if there's $2 billion in the general fund, like for this year, 3% of that cannot be budgeted for. It cannot be appropriated, cannot be spent, has to be maintained in the general fund. So that's what we call the minimum reserve. It's separate from our state savings fund, which is the cash reserve fund, which I'll talk about later. So this is how we spend the general fund. We have about $2.16 billion for fiscal year 24-25 planned for operational expenses. That's about 40%, a little bit less than 40% of the total. Most of this, but a lot, 35% goes to university and state colleges. So that's our higher education. That's all considered operational expenses. That's the university and state colleges, both, not just the university. Although the university does get about their appropriation for 24-25, I think it's about $700 million. So it is a very large chunk of the general fund budget. That is all support for from the state for the university. We also have about 16% of operational expenses are for the Department of Health and Human Services. That's a little over $300 million. So it's also a fairly significant chunk of the pie here. And then we have other agencies. Correctional Services has a similar amount to DHHS. The Supreme Court. The State Patrol has about 4%. Retirement Board, that's actually the state's obligation related to state employee retirement plans. The ARC payment, as we call it, which is the amount that the state has to contribute a certain amount for judges, state patrol, NAPE, which is the Public Employees Retirement Union, and schools. So that the amount that shows as retirement board here is those payments to those plans.
Are those defined benefit or defined contribution?
Defined
Does it vary?
contribution.
It varies?
Yeah, it does vary a little bit, but they have been, I can't remember exactly when, but they changed all state employee retirement plans, except I think the judges. They changed them to defined contribution plans. I don't want that, if I'm remembering right. The judges have a very different retirement plan. But as a percent of the total, it's quite a bit smaller. There's a lot fewer judges than there are other state employees or teachers. So the other two categories, which I mentioned, state aid to individuals, almost 60% of that is Medicaid. So that is a very large portion. That's over $1 billion for fiscal year 25. Then we have public assistance programs, child welfare aid, developmental disabilities, behavioral health aid, children's health insurance, which is the CHIP program. So that's honestly, that's most of it. And then we have a few other small aid programs that are for individuals, including some scholarship programs, some water programs, those kinds of things. But Mikayla will get into more detail about this state aid to individuals through DHHS, I believe. State aid to local government, you can see 65% of that from the general fund is TIOSA. That is your state aid to schools. This is just the general fund portion. There are other types of funds used to pay for state aid to schools. This is the general fund portion. That's about a little over $1 billion again for fiscal year 25. And then we also have special education, which is accounted for separately at 15% aid to community colleges, the homestead exemption, aid to educational service units, and there was very, very briefly aid to counties. There was a bill a couple of years ago that provided some aid to Gage County related to a federal settlement that they were required to pay. There is no longer any aid to counties. That has been, that program is finished and has been zeroed out. And then also early childhood programs on there. Cash funds. Cash funds are also a very big part of the budget. You saw the general fund appropriation was about 5.4 billion. This is 4.85 billion. So these are a very significant portion of the budget. Individually, they maybe don't get as much attention though, because there are over 200 cash funds. So this is a cumulative total of appropriations of all of those cash funds. So the legislature has the authority to create funds, create a cash fund. They are always defined in terms of what revenue goes into the fund and what that fund can be used for. So they're very limited in scope. But there are over 200 of these funds that exist and are being used in the state. Some of them have, most of them have a fee or a tax or a combination of fees and taxes that are credited to that fund, and that is the revenue source for that fund. And like a perfect example of this is we have several licensing boards that are state agencies, like for engineers and architects or real property appraisers or those kinds of things. Those agencies assess a fee for licensing that they collect, it's deposited in a cash fund, and then they use those fees for administration of the agency and regulation of that industry. So that's kind of the quintessential example of cash funds use, revenue and use. There are some ones that have been funded in a different way. I think the past couple of years, there's been a little bit more of a trend because we have had so much additional general fund revenue. They have transferred revenue from the general fund into a cash fund to be used for a specific purpose. Probably the biggest example of that, well, there's two. The property tax credit program is funded that way. It is funded by a transfer from the general fund every year and then paid out through the property tax credit cash fund. The other one is the education future fund, which you probably have heard about. That was a big proposal last year. It set aside $1 billion the first year from the general fund into the education future fund. It's used to pay for an additional $250 million a year of special education expenses and also foundation aid through the TIOSA formula, which is $1,500 per student to each school. So it doesn't pay all of that foundation aid, but a good portion of it. So that is coming from a cash fund. So when I say TIOSA, there's other fund sources. That's one of them relative to that foundation aid. So there's some other examples, but I'll keep moving. I want to keep this. Try and stay on schedule. We also have federal funds, and those are really limited by what the federal law allows them to be used for. So the state receives federal funds for all sorts of different purposes. A lot of them are related to DHHS programs. Medicaid is by far the biggest chunk of this. About 60% of all of our federal funds that are appropriated in the budget for next fiscal year are Medicaid matching funds. So Mikayla will probably talk about that more. And in addition to that, 60% is just Medicaid. Another 18% of federal funds are for other DHHS programs, public assistance, health aid, those kinds of things. So, so most of the federal funds that the state receives go through the Department of Health and Human Services.
That's got the hospital money in it too, right?
It
A
does.
billion of it.
Yeah, so in this 78%, because this is for next year, they passed a bill this session to include the hospital assessment that will be paid by hospitals in the state of Nebraska into a cash fund. So that also increases the cash fund appropriation. And then it will bring in about a little over, I think, $1.4 billion is what we're estimating for next year in federal funds. So this is quite a bit higher. This federal fund amount is quite a bit higher than it is for this fiscal year 24, for instance, because of that hospital assessment bill. We have also, I mean, in general, we've seen more federal funds the last couple of years, though, because of the COVID relief funds. We had CARES Act money, we had ARPA money, so that came to the state and was appropriated, was expended by the state. So that also has increased our federal fund appropriations for the past couple of years. Revolving funds are kind of I'm not sure, they're a little bit of an odd structure, but basically what it is there's a state agency, the Department of Administrative Services, that provides services to other state agencies. Things like CARS, the Transportation Service Bureau, technology services, what else? Accounting services, personnel services, those kinds of services. So then they have what's called a revolving fund appropriation for this, and the state agency reimburses them for that expense. So the state agency is charged a fee for these services. They pay Department of Administrative Services into the revolving fund, and then this Department of Administrative Services pays the vendors from that revolving fund appropriation. So at the state level, that's most of our revolving fund appropriations is through Department of Administrative Services. The University of Nebraska, though, has the most actual revolving funds, university and state colleges, because all of their non-tuition revenue is considered revolving fund revenue and revolving fund expenditures. Things like room and board, those fees go into a revolving fund and then are paid out. Their expenses for their dormitories and food service are paid out of those funds. So a big chunk of it is that. The state is not, the legislature is not specifically involved in dictating the use of the university's revolving funds. And then we have even more funds. So there are trust funds where the state is basically the custodian of those funds. They are not appropriated or expended for the most part. They have a revenue stream of investment earnings that is then directed to another fund, cash fund, and then that is spent out of that fund. And then we also have distributed funds, which is where there's a program, like for instance, local option sales tax. Cities have sales tax. That is collected by the Department of Revenue, comes into the state, and then it is paid back out directly to the local city or county where the tax was originally paid. So that goes through a distributed fund. And then we have capital construction, of course. And the cash reserve fund, this is the last one. There's a lot of funds to keep track of, but the cash reserve fund is basically the state's savings account. So it was originally set up in the early 80s and funded by a small portion of sales tax. And then we went to a system where if we had more revenue than we planned on having, that extra revenue would go to the cash reserve. And that is basically the structure we've had since about 1985, 1986, something like that. Where if we plan for a certain amount of general fund revenue, if we have extra, it goes to the cash reserve fund. And if we don't have as much money into the general fund as we plan, then we can use the cash reserve fund to help balance the budget, make sure that the state isn't going into any debt. So we do have some policies and ideas about how much money should be kept in the cash reserve fund as a way to make sure that the state can always pay its expenses and can withstand a budgetary shortfall. But generally, that's the purpose of this account, and we do list it separately so that everyone knows what is there. Now, I'm here to talk about the budget, but you can't talk about how much money you can spend until you know how much money you have. So another one of the things that our office is responsible for, along with the Nebraska Department of Revenue, is we do revenue forecasting related to the state general fund. This is sales tax, income tax, and miscellaneous taxes like cigarette tax, alcohol tax, insurance tax, those kinds of things that all go to the general fund. So we work on that. We do forecast at least 2 times a year, sometimes 3, because that is when our Nebraska Economic Forecasting Advisory Board meets. They are an independent board that actually sets the forecast, but they use data from us and Department of Revenue. And they do this for a 2 or 3 year period. So right now we have a forecast through fiscal year 24-25, but they're gonna meet in October and set a forecast for the 2 years after that. So that the legislature can budget based on what the revenue expectations are. Just so you have an idea of what comes to the general fund, what kind of taxes we're talking about, and Craig will probably get into this more later. But so this is for fiscal year 22-23. That's the year that ended last June. So we don't have actuals for this year yet. But this is for last year. 36.7% of our total general fund revenue is from sales tax, 47.2% from individual income tax, 10.9% from corporate income tax. So that's almost all of it. We have a lot of other miscellaneous taxes. You'll see property taxes, there's a big 0. The state does not collect property taxes. Only local subdivisions collect property taxes. But of course, the legislature sets policy on how that is done and how the local political subdivisions can budget for those funds, those kinds of things, because those political subdivisions are creation of the state. So, but you'll see there's cigarette tax, interest rates have been high, so that's actually been a big change in the general fund revenue. And then we also have alcohol tax, insurance premium tax, transfers, driver's license fees, those kinds of things. One thing I do want to point out about this, though, is that this was for fiscal year 22-23. The legislature has enacted some pretty notable income tax changes over the past couple of years. They have lowered the rate. This actual data from last year included a very small decrease in the rate, but the rate will continue to decrease over the next several years. So the data, the distribution of all of these taxes may change quite a bit over the next couple of years. And this is, I think, what everybody always wants to see. So this is if you take into account everything else. So obviously we have our state general fund. I just showed you what goes into that fund. We also have tax revenue like sales tax on motor vehicles, gas tax. That doesn't go to the general fund. The state collects it and they put it in a cash fund for the Department of Transportation to use. So those taxes are all accounted for here. We also have local option sales tax, which is, like I said, it goes to the cities or the counties that have that local option tax. We also have property taxes, motor vehicle taxes. Motor vehicle taxes, right now we have a structure that's based on how many years you own your car and what the car was worth, that sort of thing. In most states, it's treated like a personal property tax. So for our purposes, we count that as personal property tax, even though it's been a separate motor vehicle tax since 1997. So here you can see, these are the numbers. This is what it is. If you just take into account the big 3, sales, income, and property tax, all those sources, all those funds. For fiscal year 14-15, we had 43% property tax, 27% sales tax, and 30% income tax. For next year, estimated, this includes, there's a big caveat here. This includes the 1107 income tax credit as an offset to property taxes. Because what that actually does in the data is it lowers income taxes. But I'm showing it here for your purposes as a reduction in property taxes because it's a direct credit for the property taxes that are paid.
So I just want to make sure, because that's pretty important, right? So the reality, even though the legislators written a certain way, the effect of it is that it lowers property tax. So is that how you're including it in these numbers?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's how, I mean, the effect of it, honestly, the effect of it is it lowers your income tax.
Okay.
Because when you pay your income tax, you get a credit for your property taxes that you already paid. And so we see it as income tax refunds, lower final payments, from a practical matter, from an individual standpoint. it has the effect of giving you an income tax refund. But, I mean, it is directly based on how much property tax you paid to the school the previous year. So one thing I will say about this is there's quite a lag with this credit, because you're assessed, you get your property tax bill, you don't pay it until the next year, and then you don't get the income tax credit until the next year. So because you get the income tax credit for the previous year's taxes paid. So, I mean, you're assessed your property tax bill in December 2024, you wouldn't be able to claim that credit till 2026. So, so it does have the effect of, I mean, I think most people would like to consider it as property tax relief. I'm not saying it's not, that's why I'm putting it on here. But it is, I mean, the way that it works is, more complicated than the other property tax credit, which is a direct payment by the state to political subdivisions that is then reduced directly from your bill. So, that property tax credit I mentioned when I was talking about cash funds, and that property tax credit, if you're assessed your taxes, get the bill in December, you just pay a lower amount when you pay your bill. So that's how that credit works. It's just a direct payment by the state to the political subdivisions to make up that tax loss. And so it's a savings to the taxpayer that way. So they do work very differently. And sometimes I think it's a little bit, people aren't sure which one you're talking about and which one, is, which issues, I mean, they both have pros and cons. They both have, policy reasons why you would want to do one or the other. One is based on the valuation of your property. The other one is based on how much tax you actually pay. So they are structured very differently. But for purposes here to show, I did include it as property tax relief. So, with that accounted for, your property tax amount goes down to 38%, income is 30%, and sales is 32%. Now, as I said though, the legislature's already cut income taxes. So this is for this coming year, but the income tax rate will continue to go down over the next 3 years, I believe. And so, a lot of that may be offset by economic growth. So we may have like relatively flat growth in income taxes, but we will not see the same historic growth in income taxes going forward because of the rate change. We will continue to see the same, absent any further action under current law, we would see the same kind of growth we've seen the last few years in sales taxes and property taxes. So, so this may look different 2 or 3 years from now after all of those income tax changes have been implemented. So, do you have any questions about that?
On those income tax, sorry, I'm up front, so I don't. I'll be better about raising my hand. On those, the income tax, the reduction in income taxes, is that across the board? As we move forward in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so the way that it's phased in, each tax year, the rate will decrease by a certain amount for both individual income tax and corporate tax. So, and then eventually I believe it's tax year 2027, the rate will be the top rate will be 3.99%. And so we have a progressive income tax structure. The bottom 2 rates did not change under the legislation. And then the third rate was lowered just a little bit, but the top rate is the one that everybody talks about. And that's the one that went from 6.84 to, it will be 3.99. Yeah.
I think Craig has the brackets.
Yeah.
in his presentation,
Yeah.
so you'll be able to see the structure of the income.
Yeah. So, but it has been, a lot of discussion in the legislature relative to, how we project our income to the state, to the general fund going forward. And most of the discussion relates around, how these income tax cuts are factored in, how, the forecast board has, tried to factor in these rate reductions. And then, of course, going forward, this will continue to be an issue for a couple of years as the rate continues to decline. And then I think it will kind of stabilize and start growing again just based on economic growth. So there are several different things that go into how much revenue you actually collect from income tax. It's not just the rate, obviously, it's based on personal income, corporate income, other factors, inflation, those sorts of things. So, do you have any other questions about this? We actually have a whole report about this. If you're interested in it, we prepared a report earlier this year. It's on the legislature's website, or you can email me and I'll send it to you. But it's called Major State and Local Taxes. And this is the best attempt that we have at trying to put all of it together, because I think people focus on the general fund, but there are also all of these other tax sources, property taxes, motor vehicle taxes, things that city sales tax, they don't necessarily go to the state general fund, but they are taxes that people pay, and they want to see how it is all distributed. I do want to point out, just because I think it's interesting, that you can see the last column for each of these. That says percent of NPI, that's personal income, individual personal income. So as a percentage of personal income, the total state taxes that people are paying in Nebraska, fiscal year 15, it was 9.3%. Fiscal year 25 is estimated to be 8.9. So of your total personal income, you would pay about 9% of it to the state in some way or another.
Is that calculated on the whole? So like the state's personal
Yes.
income divided by. well,
The number of people that live in the state and the taxes, yeah. So, yes. So it's an average. Some people pay more, some people pay less.
Right, yep.
Okay, so now I'll direct you to the handout. This is how the big balancing act is shown. Yep. I know. It's really hard to keep this short.
That's a lot of information.
So there's a lot of moving parts, but this is the general fund financial status. So this will show you how much revenue are we gonna get into the state? How much are we planning to spend? And the bottom line, do we have anything left? Is there anything left for future obligations, anything that we might be able to plan for going forward? So this is like our checking account balance. We publish this, this is available to the legislature many times. It's updated regularly, especially towards the end of the session after the budget comes out. I do it every day. It will show the impact of pending legislation as well. But this is what it looked like at the end of the session in April. So there was about $521 million. If you go down to line 28, $521 million. That is the amount that we are estimated to have after we collect all the revenue through the end of next fiscal year, and we spend the money that has been appropriated by the state through the end of next fiscal year. You will see, though, 2 columns over in line 28, that is a negative number. That means that as of right now, the amount of revenue that we are planning to collect as a state in the general fund through fiscal year 27, the amount of appropriations that are planned through fiscal year 27, we're short $49 million. So there's plenty of time to adjust that. Revenue estimates, like I said, they'll meet in October. They may change these estimates for how much revenue we're gonna get in. The budget is only through fiscal year 25 right now. The legislature has not enacted the budget for the following 2 years, these last 2 years that are on the sheet. So there will be adjustments. Of course, there are always adjustments in there relative to what is planned for. But those are things that you will need to keep in mind as legislators, that this number in the first column, the box 521 million, that has to be a positive number. When the legislature is done for the year, that first box has to be above 0. The second box, that negative 49 million, you still have time, the legislature would have time to make adjustments relative to that. Everything for those 2 fiscal years at this point is an estimate. So that can be adjusted, but this does take into account all the legislation that was passed. And then on the back is the cash reserve fund. So that will show you how much money is in the cash reserve fund. It's about $900 million unobligated at the end of this coming fiscal year, which is about 15.5% of our revenue and about 16.5% of our planned expenditures. So that's our savings account. That's what the state can draw on if the general fund needs to be shorn up. So so this is used for planning purposes mostly. Yes.
Have you all started to forecast like with medical marijuana being on the ballot, if that passes and what some of the tax implications can be from some of those revenue sources?
We have not, and part of the reason for that is because I believe, it's been a while since I looked at it, but I believe it would require enacting legislation that would then set that structure, and there would be an estimate at that point. So, I mean, the next thing I want to say is that, so we prepare fiscal notes for every bill that is introduced. And if there's a bill that is going to change any of this, it's going to require state agencies to do different work. If it's going to change our revenue structure relative to sales and income tax or any other tax, we prepare a fiscal note on that bill with an estimate of how much that would cost. So in that case, if the ballot initiative were to pass, and this was a similar situation when the gaming ballot initiative passed a couple of years ago. So there was then enacting legislation to kind of change a little bit of the administrative responsibilities under that ballot initiative. And so there was a fiscal note then on the bill, how much revenue would this be? Or how much would an agency need to expend in order to administer it, those sorts of things. So those appropriations, if there's a bill that costs money to administer, or a new program that increases special education aid, for instance, or some other type of aid, we would then prepare an appropriations bill for that based on the fiscal note, and it would add to the enacted state budget for those expenses. So appropriations bills are based on fiscal notes for your bill. That would be anything that goes to a committee other than appropriations. So mostly, kind of generalizing, but yeah, so if you have a bill in Health and Human Services Committee that changes the way that the Medicaid program works, or what's an eligible Medicaid reimbursement, then we would have an appropriation relative to that addition, for instance. Yeah.
A quick question on line 29.
Mhm.
Is there a published target?
Yes.
Is it 0% or?
No, it's 3.
Well,
So-
3 above it, but.
Yeah, so how this works, if you go on line 26, it would show for fiscal year 24-25, we actually are expecting to have $873 million in the general fund. The minimum reserve of 3% that I said earlier, the state cannot spend, cannot budget for, has to keep in the account is 352 million. So that leaves 521 million available. So what this biennial reserve percentage is in 29 is how much that 873 million, or I'm sorry, that 521 million, how much is that above the reserve? So that number has to be at least 3.
So
but it
that would be
can be.
0 in 29 if it matched that.
Yeah, so I mean,
So-
if our minimum reserve of 352 was all we had left, it would be 0.
So is that a target? Or, I mean, I'm one of these that I'd rather see the 7.5%.
Yeah,
I mean, but is
So,
there anything regulated?
I will say it's unusual to see 7.5.
Oh, yeah.
Usually it is, we just balance, the state just balances, and there is not a lot of excess there. I mean, it hasn't been unusual when you go back like previous sessions for that to be a number, less than $10 million.
Yeah.
Certainly not
So these
521.
are the bushel baskets of money.
Yeah,
There's a substantial budget surplus coming out of this budget period,
Yes.
and yet when you look forward to 27, we see that we're actually at a deficit.
Yep.
So is it possible that there's more of a budget surplus this year because we're planning for a reduction in revenues because of the income taxes that
Yes.
are reductions?
well, and not just that, but also there are additional items on here for the spending category. And I think this is, I think, where it gets a little bit confusing for people. So like the bill last year that requires money to go into the Education Future Fund to pay for special education and for foundation aid. That is not shown as a general fund expenditure. It's not in the appropriations section of this, but it does show up on here because the money used to pay for that does come from the general fund. And where it is in line 9. Because that money is transferred out of the general fund and into a cash fund. So as you can see on that line 9, it was only 518 million in transfers out in fiscal year 23. And then it went up to 1.4 billion, and then it's gonna kind of hover around $1 billion. So out of all the revenue that we're taking in the general fund, $1 billion of it goes out the door in a transfer, and then the rest is what can be used to spend on general fund appropriations. So that's a large part of it too. So part of it is that the income tax cuts are all factored into how much revenue we are anticipating to get. But there are also that we have seen a pretty good size increase in general fund transfers out to other funds to pay for programs. So it's not just the education future fund, that also includes the property tax credit, which I mentioned, and that new community college aid. That is also funded by a general fund transfer out. That's about $250 million for fiscal year 25. That's what will be paid by the state to replace the property tax revenue that community colleges are losing under the bill passed last year. So that, if you'll look at, I think this kind of explains Rebecca's question. If you look at line 13, those last 2 years, that's our total revenue. That's money we take in and we account for transfers out. So we have about 5.4 billion in revenue 26, 5.3 billion in revenue 27. Our planned appropriations, now granted, these are estimates, they will have to be adjusted. On line 24, those are both higher. So that is drawing down the surplus because our planned expenditures are more than the planned revenue. So that is what the balancing act requires going forward.
So it's super easy, is what you're saying.
It's really
Right.
simple. Yeah,
I think we have time for maybe like, yeah.
Just a little bit,
A
yeah.
couple more questions, and I think we need to take a break.
Okay, is there anything, where does the gaming income for the new casinos come in?
yeah. Well, it's split up quite a few different ways. So of the gaming tax that is collected, 75% of it, I think, goes directly to the property tax credit fund.
Okay.
Now, so far, that has not, it's taken a little while for the casinos to get up and running for the gaming, but it will help pay for the property tax credit going forward. Because a lot of that revenue, so that would reduce how that would affect this is it could potentially reduce the general funds that would need to go to that program.
Okay.
It seems, however, that the legislature would rather just add it to what they're already planning to use from the general fund so that it just increases the amount of the credit.
Okay.
So it may or may not have an effect relative to the general fund. It would increase the amount of the credit that would go to political subdivisions, and so it would lower people's property tax bill that way as we collect more gaming tax revenue. There's also a portion that goes to the city or the county where the casino is located. That, of course, is through a distributive payment. 2.5% is revenue to the general fund. So there is.
Isn't there also a portion for gamblers assistance?
There is, I'm getting
Small portion,
getting to that. There's 2.5% also goes to the Gamblers Assistance Cash Fund, which is for the Commission on Problem Gaming to address any of their aid needs for people. But this has, it wasn't even added yet.
Yeah. I didn't-
Yeah,
So I didn't know if
it
was
has not been a significant amount yet, and the general fund does only get 2.5%. So it's probably just on other, it's probably in this other number right here. But for fiscal year 23, it was only a couple like that.
If you could have that answer for me, that helps.
Sure.
My
Yeah.
voters. Because that is a question they have.
Yeah.
I kind of a general question, and this just goes to like policy. Because you're talking about it takes a little time for the legislative to kind of take effect and show up in the policy. So in education, which is a world that I've been in and I do budgets for school, it takes a little time. We have to figure out what we're gonna get for TIOS and all that. Do you, in your experience with the budgeting, does it like generally take like 2 years to see what the effect of these income changes or streams of it, like?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how it's implemented. It depends on the timing of it. I mean, obviously, if the legislature is going to make a change to TIOSA, that you know, depend on the effective date of that and when the state's obligation to pay a more or less would go into effect. Those kinds of timing issues are usually addressed in the fiscal note, if there's a bill that would change. For instance, like with the income tax changes, it was a small cut the first year and then a slightly bigger cut the next year, and then, so it was phased in, so the impact of that was shown on the fiscal note that it started out as a relatively small amount the first year, and then it ramps up to about $1 billion impact on our projected revenues by the time it's fully implemented. So I hope that answers your question.
No,
So we try to plan that, and that's why we show more than 1 year.
Yeah.
That's why we don't just show what's going on this year, we have to show, so as this stuff happens, what impact will that have, you know, 3 years from now? So there's always, on this sheet, there will always be the 2 years that you're actually budgeting to, the 2 years where you're doing that biennial budget, you know, you have a pretty good idea where revenue is going, and also the next 2 years, so that you can plan, how will these things affect the long-term financial status. So that's what I got.
Okay. Keisha, thank you so much. Keisha in the legislative fiscal office are an absolute wealth of
Yes.
information.
Please call us
So,
anytime.
yeah.
We're always available to answer questions.
And
So,
We're gonna need to do this hybrid, so a request from you, since Dr. Josie Schafer, who leads the Center for Public Affairs Research at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, is with us to talk about the demographics of the state of Nebraska and some projections about where Nebraska is going in the future. If you do have a question for Dr. Schafer, if you can please use one of these microphones, which should be near you on the tables, that will make it easier for Dr. Schafer to hear you. So with that, Josie, over to you. We're so delighted that you're here. We just consider the data, the research that you provide is really essential for our partnership with you and really important for the state. So over to you.
Well, and thank you so much, and thanks for being flexible. I'm in Omaha. We had some weather. My kids got a late start, and so it's just been one of those mornings. So I appreciate everyone's flexibility, and I appreciate your interest in this topic and your work on behalf of the state of Nebraska. Just a little bit about the center. Our mission is to produce and disseminate research on a wide range of topics that impact the lives of Nebraskans, and we do that work in several ways. One is through a longtime partnership with the United States Census Bureau to disseminate census data. Census data is the largest source of demographic, workforce, economic data we have. It is an invaluable resource. It includes the decennial census, those official counts every 10 years, as well as several surveys annually that help us to identify trends in our population. And of course, our population affects all of our governance environment. And so that is part of why I'm here. We also work directly with the Planning Committee of the Nebraska State Legislature, currently chaired by Senator Wendy DeBoer. We provide these kind of analyses for them, do some forecasting work, as well as some deeper dive research into a wide range of community and economic development topics, which is what we're fairly well known for. I will mention that on our website, we make a lot of resources like what you'll be seeing in this presentation available. We have a dashboard of demographics by county as well as legislative district and some other resources and research that we do on behalf of state partners. Right now, we're very involved with the Nebraska Department of Economic Development's Regional Development Initiative, for example, and you'll be seeing several reports with lots of data variables, many of which I'll show today, but by community college region in Nebraska. Okay, so the main topics today are demographics, workforce, and education. So demographics are our people and our population, and that is always a hot topic here in Nebraska. So this is looking at our 2010 to 2020 population change by county. Everybody okay? And I should be able to answer questions as we go, but just holler loudly because there might be a little bit of a delay. So this is the percent change in population 2010 to 2020. Right now, we're right under that 2 million mark, moving slowly towards it. I actually have some updated data for 2023 that I'll show here in a minute. But you will see there's really just a couple counties throughout the state that gained population during the last decade. Most of them in that those metropolitan regions of Nebraska, while much of the state had population loss and even some really significant declines of over 10%. So you see that shift in population over a decade. This is a fundamental change in the way Nebraskans live. Going all the way back to 1900, most Nebraskans lived in a non-metropolitan area of the state, not even close to those metro areas. And today, over 65% of the population lives in a metropolitan county. Actually 1.18 of that 1.96 million lives in just Douglas, Sarpy, Lancaster, Hall, and Dakota County. So a real shift in our population over time. There's three ways that population change. And so these are three important topics, and I'm going to break them down a little bit, but I want to show that overall. So again, a lot of people think the state's population is somehow declining. It's not. It's just shifting from rural areas to urban areas. And then once people are in those urban areas, we're actually positive for natural change. Natural change is births minus deaths, and you want more births than deaths to have natural change. Are Nebraskans growing Nebraska, right? And so that's this red line going back to 2010, and you can see natural change has been on a pretty positive course. 2020 numbers is when the population estimates program switched over to the actual decennial count, so their statistical estimates were a little off. They were a little high for us. So we kind of rebalanced, but you've seen, you can even kind of keep that line there. Natural change is positive. So most of the growth in Nebraska, most of the growth in those metro counties, especially, is Nebraskans growing Nebraska. Talk a little bit more about that, but I want to show a couple other lines. We are then positive for net international migration. This is folks coming from other countries to live in Nebraska. So it used to be in 2010, very small numbers, kind of reached a high in 2016 of 6,000, and it's been around that. 2020, there was a lot less movement overall, and we've come back up slowly. We're about 5,000. Foreign-born population is overall is about 170,000 people in the entire state. I'll show you some numbers. This is a very small number compared to immigration stats that you hear from other states. So it is a small but positive source of growth for Nebraska. In contrast, this is net domestic migration, the light gray line. And the light gray line shows that pretty consistently since 2010, we've been losing population to other states. Now we have folks come in every year, we just have more folks go out every year. So, you know, going back to like 2022, that number was, it was like 45,000 in, but 50,000 out to come up with that sort of negative 4,367. Now we were on a pretty steep declining trend for a while. The 2023 estimates have us going back, still negative, but not as negative. So I'm really excited about it. I think a lot of the work we've been doing in the state going back several years to reverse this trend of out-migration to other states. I want to break down a couple of these lines just sort of see how it affects our population. So natural change, like I said, we are positive for births minus deaths, but it's a small positive. So this is how the population breaks down by age group. And a lot of folks want this to look like a pyramid or an inverted pyramid. You want a lot of young people, right, to feed that prime workforce age to then be able to age comfortably in the state. And we are not quite that pyramid shape at all. So about 27% of our population is under 19 or under. We do have the majority of the population in those prime age workforce years, but it's sort of a small ratio to the young as well as to that baby boomers group. But we are still positive, right? We have more people in this group than we do in this group. And that's what leads to natural change. Just want to show the percent of the population age 65 and over varies across the state. And you will see again that while population has been declining as I said, in many of those rural counties, many of those non-metro counties. I use those two terms interchangeably. I can explain them more if you'd like to hear. They're also aging a bit faster, right? So younger folks are leaving those counties, moving to the metro areas and growing the population in the metro, leaving an older portion of the population in rural Nebraska. I will say, well, as we know, natural change is positive. So this is how the percent of the population age 65 and over by state. And we're actually a fairly young state. Our natural change rate is the 7th highest in the country. And so while the entire country is aging, right, births are down everywhere, we're actually not as far down as a lot of other states, even within the region. Our percent of the population age 65 and older, for instance, is smaller than Iowa and South Dakota, which is a sort of healthy ratio for our population to be in the workforce and supporting our economy. I mentioned the international migration stats. Like I said, in terms of overall numbers, 5,000 to 6,000, 7,000 a year are really small numbers. And this group has been really pivotal to supporting our workforce. The foreign-born labor force participation rate in the state of Nebraska is higher than the labor force participation rate for folks from the United States that are living here in Nebraska, including Native Nebraskans. The foreign-born labor force participation rate is higher, as is the employed rate, which you can see here. So just thinking, I've worked very heavily with Brian Sloan at the Nebraska State Chamber, and this is a really important topic for them as we talk about workforce challenges, which I'll get to in a moment. Here's just the percent of the population and number of foreign-born by county. So the last one I want to talk about is some of that domestic migration. And so I mentioned there's folks moving in the state and there's folks moving out of the state. And so this kind of breaks that down. So I've grouped counties by if they're rural, they have no large population center, micropolitan, that's Beatrice, North Platte, York, places like that. Then outlying metros, so these are just outside Saunders County, Cass County, Washington County, and then those core metro counties that I mentioned before, Douglas, Sarpy, Lancaster, Hall. So, and then we're looking at red is migration within the state of Nebraska and gray is migration to other states. So here in these rural counties, and this data is for 2022. And this trend has been very common. I've looked at this every year, and this is sort of how it breaks down. So you'll see a small negative number of folks leaving rural Nebraska for somewhere else in Nebraska, and a few folks leaving for other states from those 72 rural counties. From those micropolitan counties, you again see net migration within Nebraska is negative. So they're leaving for somewhere else in Nebraska, as well as leaving for some other states. The outlying metro, negative, smaller numbers, but net migration within Nebraska as well as to other states. So where did all these folks that were negative in these groups come? They came to those core metro counties. Any ideas why folks might be moving to metro counties from these other areas of the state?
I don't think she can hear us without the mics, right?
Cool.
I can hear you okay.
Okay, you might need to get closer to the microphone.
You know.
There's housing.
I think we heard jobs, work, housing.
Amenities.
Those are all amenities, absolutely. And I really think jobs are a leading factor, and we'll talk more about that in the workforce section. But then here, once folks they move from elsewhere in Nebraska into the core metro, and then you see that net migration to other states, which the concentration is from those core metro areas. And that's, again, what I think a part of this jobs piece that we'll talk more about. But it's really important to understand that when the metro is growing, it's really growing from Nebraskans. That's our main source of growth here in the metro. The shift in population throughout the state can also be seen in the current housing vacancy rate. So you all brought up housing as some explanation. So this is the percent of housing units that are vacant. They have to be for sale or rent, not just sort of abandoned. And you can see rural counties have a much higher rate, those in red, of those vacancies. So again, you can kind of see when folks leave those rural areas, it leaves some of that housing stock out of use, and then they're coming into the metro where we're really highly using our housing stock. This is the newest release of the population estimates. This is a statistical estimate of the size of counties and cities within Nebraska. That happens every year, even though we don't have an official count. And we noticed something really interesting in this 2023 data that I wanted to point out. So, I had lots of policy conversations during the COVID-19 pandemic in that year of 2020, and there was a lot of hope that Nebraska, rural Nebraska especially, would benefit from the pandemic in the idea that folks could kind of move out of the city because their jobs were remote and sort of live that good Nebraska life. And right away in the numbers, we weren't seeing that. And there were a couple of different reasons we weren't seeing that. And a lot of it had to do with, we don't have a lot of remote work here in Nebraska. And so folks weren't necessarily taking advantage of that right away. And folks weren't necessarily moving in from other states to take advantage of that right away. Rather, we saw the sort of closer in, like the Gretna, La Vista, Papillion, and this is just of Omaha, I understand, but we saw this kind of statewide around the metros. Those core suburbs, those very close to the city suburbs, continued to grow through the pandemic. So folks were moving out of the city, but they weren't moving far out of the city. Now in 2023, we're seeing a real resurgence of what we call the exurbs, which are still in the metro counties, but they're just a little farther out. While we're seeing folks not necessarily, these numbers are really small, so I wouldn't call it huge declines by any means, but they're sort of staying in place and folks are finding opportunities farther out. This is a positive thing for Nebraska, where we do have lots of cities farther out into the fringes of these metropolitan areas that do offer a very different quality of life, maybe more affordable housing, as you all sort of speculated could be a reason folks move. And so, some of these economic development areas to grow farther out from the core metro seem to now be taking hold in 2023. They didn't right away in 2020, but it's starting to move in that direction. The other question the thing we talk a lot about with that net domestic migration is, who are those folks that are most likely to leave? And I have done a lot of work on this topic, and much of this is available on our website, but I'm sure you all have heard about brain drain, that group of folks that are leaving for other states tend to be the most highly educated, those with a bachelor's degree or more. And you can see that that is true. This number is still through 2020. We don't have the 2023 breakdowns yet, but in any one year, this number has not been huge, but for several years, it's sort of been in a decline. Even in 2020, when people weren't moving as much, we had a pretty low number, and it has continued to decline. So there's over 400,000 people with bachelor's degrees or more working in the state. So 4,000 a year, again, is not a very big number in any one year, but that decline has certainly been of concern. What also has surprised me over time is for the high school graduate or less in the Black and the some college or associate's degrees, we used to be positive for these numbers. Folks were coming in from other states, probably to work here in Nebraska. We offered them good jobs, even really bumping up there for a while, but these now are both trailing off as well. Some college or associate's degrees still being positive, but the high school graduate or less has turned negative in the last couple of years. So that is part of who's moving. I have a couple other stats on this. They do tend to be younger, the movers. So again, right, we can look at this from 1 to 75 and over, right? Between 20 to 24 and 25 to 29 are those sort of big years for movement. This group is probably moving with family. A lot of folks speculate that it's those folks right before they go to college that are leaving. That's true to some extent, but this isn't a huge number, but it's right after. So it's as they're getting into the workforce years, which also causes me to think about workforce and jobs being an explanation of migration, and has a real impact on our sort of population ratios by age. You also, what I think is really important to note, a lot of people might speculate it's retirees that are moving. We're still pretty low on those numbers. Retirees are much more likely to stay in place, and as they get older, stay in place as well. So we don't see that.
Josie?
And I think it's important to note, right? The older folks go, the less likely they are to move. Does anybody feel that in their own life? Just get a little bit more settled, that social and economic network, get a little bit more set in place, and you are less likely to move.
Josie, can you hear me?
I can.
Do you have this broken down by race and gender? We have been looking at like how reproductive rights, right, like impacts people and where they're moving. Think of folks at reproductive age, and I know like Urban League and the Omaha Chamber have done some studies around folks of color not feeling as welcome here in Nebraska and moving.
Women and people of color are also more likely to move. So because those numbers are smaller in the state, and I can send you the actual graphs. I just presented this for a group here in Omaha where I went into a little bit more detail. I didn't put it in here, but I can send you that. But women and people of color are more likely to move out of state from Nebraska. Now, in terms of people of color, the overall number is fairly small because we are a less diverse state, but as a percent of that group, they are more likely to leave, and women as well. So it's an interesting theory you bring up for sure, and I can send you that data. Here's net out domestic migration by income. Again, you see those higher incomes being more likely to move out of state. One, right, there's an ability to move out of state at a higher income, but also those are the folks that are probably more focused on jobs and careers over time. And as a result, I move towards that sort of workforce speculation about why people move. Here's the occupations of persons when they moved out of state. Computer engineering and science being the most likely to move out of state, while in contrast, farming, fishing, and forestry, and that's an occupational group by the census. Most of those folks here in Nebraska are in farming, the least likely to move out. Why might a farmer not be very likely to leave the state? It's going to be hard to find all that land somewhere else, right? Absolutely. So you can see those breakdowns there. Folks ask me where folks move. In fact, most people who leave Nebraska move to Iowa. You're looking at the size of the red dot here. You see folks move all over, but that is where most folks move, followed by other states within the region. Texas, California are also fairly big places folks move, but most folks move within the region, which I think is another important point for thinking about policy to counter net domestic outmigration, right? So if folks have social and economic networks, they can move for a job or better housing, but still be connected to family here in Nebraska by just moving not too far away. That seems to be something they really appreciate. So backfilling those jobs into Nebraska would change some of that. This is a survey we did with the Greater Omaha Chamber where we asked people on LinkedIn, hey, we see somewhere in your profile it says Nebraska and now you're not in Nebraska. If that's true, would you take this survey? And we asked, when deciding to relocate, how important were each of the following factors? Professional growth and/or development, 78% said it was very important. Another 15% said moderately important. Certainly other things mattered. Amenities was brought up, values, personal or family reasons. Later, we asked about cost of living, cost of taxes, cost of housing. Cost of housing was actually a standout factor among that list I just said, but professional growth and/or development seems to be the main driver there. I will note that in the most recent census, this is from the current population survey, which is a product from the Census Bureau that actually happens quarterly. So we have even more updates, but it's from a smaller group of people. You notice when we looked at moved between states in 2021, jobs were a really big deal, but that actually went down in 2022 and we saw housing pop up. this was kind of hard for me to hear because I had been really pushing this. It's the jobs, it's the workforce opportunities, it's careers across folks' lifetime hypothesis, but we are seeing housing become a major driver. We also saw this sort of other group pop up, and that's things like moving for college and things like that. Again, in a sort of post-COVID world where folks could start picking where they lived versus having to live in a certain place, we saw people become a little bit more flexible. And this we isolate to Nebraskans specifically. So some interesting shifts. I'll just point out here before we kind of get into this workforce. So we were like, whoa, housing really matters. We followed up with a little bit more of a study on housing, the age of the housing stock. This is the median year houses in each county were built. And obviously the metro a little bit newer, but not particularly new, and coming out into rural areas of the state. Down in here, you see a lot of that housing stock being fairly old, right? And so very likely not meeting the needs of the modern buyer. And
Dr. Schafer,
yeah,
I just have a question about, because of housing, and obviously we hear a lot about property tax and the cost of property tax, but housing encompasses so many things. Did you break down the numbers about what it was particular about the cost of housing? Because we also have really high insurance rates and stuff like that.
with this mess this morning, I can't wait to see what my insurance says.
Right.
Just sitting here, like, oh goodness. Okay, so there are multiple sort of aspects they can choose in housing. The thing about the survey, it has a lot of really good detail, but it is really small numbers that take this survey. So we do tend to sort of group up. But actually, shockingly, this was not about affordability of housing. The majority of people that said they moved between states because of housing said they wanted new or better housing. Affordability was an option. Now, I try not to like overstate that because it is a small number of survey respondents compared to some of this other data where it's really big data. But, it gets at this detail that we're really interested in. So that is certainly part of the story, sort of new or better housing. But I'll tell you, I also think that's related to affordability in a lot of ways. And as well as this slide, we have a fairly old housing stock. So Nebraska, we're very conservative about building, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Go back to the Great Recession where so many states had overbuilt and then gave away these cheap mortgages. We didn't do that. So we didn't get hit by that recession. But we kind of stopped building then and have not sort of picked back up with the level of building that would be needed to meet the demands of our even moderate population growth within metros. And then, right, you say folks want to move to rural Nebraska because they have these options. Well, if we're not building houses, they don't really have these options. I was just in the Mid-Plains region, which is North Platte, but it runs from Valentine to Imperial. And, I showed a lot of housing stats, but I really went on Zillow and I said, this is what's for sale. Nobody's buying. You know what I mean? There was like a couple $1.6 million huge acreage things with an old house on it that no one's buying, and a couple really small things that, right, a remote worker might not be interested in. So I think it does have a lot to do with housing stock. And when there's low housing stock, it becomes less affordable. Property taxes are high. I am not denying that at all compared to regional states. But it does not seem that affordability is driving this migration out of state. It's definitely driving migration within state. Sorry. So here you can see moved within county and moved within state. Most people, when they're moving within state, are moving around for housing, and that becomes a little bit more about affordability, right? Those folks that they can't go far, but they need a better situation. That seems to be about affordability, but those folks that have that choice to move out of state seem to be looking for something a little bit newer, better. So I think it is a lot about supply of housing. That is not to say that workforce is not an extremely important topic in this state. And something we need to think about from both a supply side, right? There's a lot of, we need workers, but there's also a demand side problem, right? What jobs are available are not necessarily attractive to the group of workers coming out of college right now, which is why we have brain drain. So let's talk a little bit about our workforce. I cannot overstate this. Across a range of metrics, Nebraskans are the most hardworking in the country. Here's how we rank compared to all 50 states on several key metrics of workforce, right? Labor force participation rate for persons age 55 to 65, right? So folks staying in the labor force longer. Number 2 for labor force participation rate of those over 75. Number 2 in the country on that one. Overall labor force participation rate really high. Lowest unemployment rate, labor force participation rate of women, number 3 in the country. This is wild to me. Labor force participation rate of those with children under 17, right? So I'm in the workforce, I have kids. Really high rate. That actually used to be even higher. We used to be 1 for many years. If you have a high school degree, you're in the labor force, number 2 rate in the country. If you have a bachelor's degree, you're in the labor force, all right, number 2 rate in the country. If you have some college or an associate's degree, number 1 rate in the country. This is wild to me. Labor force participation rate of those in poverty. Number 1 highest rate in the country for this group. So across a range of metrics, we're working, right? And that to me means there's not some group of workers that I can just say, here you go, I found them, we got them, right? So when we say there's a workforce problem, I don't have a supply of workers that I can just unlock. We're actually really high for age 16 and older, 16 to 19 in the labor force. I think maybe we were just out of the number 3 slot. Maybe it's like 4 or 5, right? So I can't get young people to work. I can't get older folks to work anymore. They already are at these really high rates. So we have a supply problem with our workforce.
I have a question about that.
Sure.
Do we know, right, like, because I don't think, right, 75 and older are still at that high amount. Are folks feeling the need to work because they're in like domestic roles where there's not great retirement, or when we look at folks that are underemployed, so they're working multiple jobs, like, do we have any more like context and data around these numbers?
So we do have, so labor force participation rate of those 75 and over, it's only 8.9% of those folks. So it's not a huge number necessarily, but compared to other states, that number is particularly high. That's 1 point. We have gone into some details, for instance, labor force participation rate of those in poverty. I'm going to talk about that. It has a lot to do with our workforce mix. Some of it has to do with underemployment. Some of it has to do, some of it truly is cultural. For instance, a lot of this, I just finished a report on the healthcare workforce for the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Many of these are doctors. And they tend to stay in the labor force a really long time. One of the highest rates in those sort of occupation categories of folks working later is in the healthcare sector. So some of it is cultural, some of it is need-based, right? These folks that are in poverty but working, they're going to have to work longer in their life to be able to maintain a job. Some of it is sector-based, so there's a little bit of all of that in there. Something, you know, as we go through, if you see something that stands out, we can talk about it more. I can get you some other stats. So with all this hard work, right, and everybody working at these really high rates, you would expect our economy to be sort of really robust on a range of metrics. Yet you might have heard this before. This was a big point out of the Blueprint Nebraska work that was done a couple years ago. We're not productive. Now, how can we work this hard, right, and not be productive? And it really has to do with what we count as productivity. Here I'm looking at percent change in per capita income. So we rank kind of in the middle about, you know, per capita income went up 24%, but we rank about 38th. And that has everything to do with the kind of work we're doing here. And productivity means just taking raw materials and turning it into high value items. And our workforce is not particularly productive. Hardworking, but not generating a lot of income for that work. So here, scattered around are occupations, things Nebraskans do. They work in management, they work in business and finance, they work in personal care, they work in food prep, right? These are occupations. And going across our horizontal axis, I have the number of people that work in those jobs. So we have lots of people work in office and admin. Very few work in life, physical, and social science. Actually, very few work in farming, fishing, and forestry. And when I show this number, so right, like we put it like 15K. When I show it to farmers, they say that's shocking, actually. It doesn't take a lot of people to run a farm anymore. So this is how many people work in the occupations, and this is the median income within that occupation. So in computer and math, the median income here in Nebraska is about $75,000. Some people make more, some people make less. But if you're in a computer and math occupation, you're making a fairly decent wage. Compare that to those in food prep and serving. Some people make more, some people make less, but you're making a median wage of around $10,000. Personal care, maybe $16,000, $17,000. So the point here is that more people work below the median income for the entire state of $41,500 than work above. So more people are earning earning wages in a low wage job compared to a high wage job. And this has all sorts of effects on our economy, right? So for instance, if I start making more money as a health diagnosing and treating practitioner, and a lot of folks would say that looks low, but that includes doctors and nurses and a whole range of folks in the health tech sector as well. First, right, healthcare support. These are the folks cleaning up. These are the folks helping you stand up. That's actually a fairly low wage job, even though it's unbelievably important. Any questions?
I think you can keep going.
Okay. So, right, high wage jobs generate this extra income. So if you make a little extra income, what do you do next? What do you do with it? I go out and I spend it, right? I might go out to eat. I might get my hair done. I might do some work on my house. I'm going to have to do that anyway, right? Things like that. So that actually stimulates the whole economy. So having that sort of high wage job mix, more folks in high wage jobs actually grows low wage jobs and grows the wages of low wage jobs. But right now, our economy is actually supported by these lower wage jobs. And that's where we get into this production factor. People are working, they're just not making a ton of extra money. And they're not working in these sectors that we sort of these innovation sectors that get create value. And I'm using economic terms, and let me be clear, right? Like my dad worked in a restaurant his entire life. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with this kind of work. It just doesn't generate the same kind of economic value that is placed on these higher wage sectors. And you can see this translate into the kind of jobs we have open. This I pulled just the other day. These are the #1 jobs that are open right now in Nebraska. Registered nurses are #1. This one has been on the list forever, particularly since the pandemic. Aging population here, aging population elsewhere. The need is great. But a lot of these other jobs are not particularly high wage jobs. It's not that we don't have jobs in computer and math open, it's just not the density of our workforce, right? Retail sales, nursing assistants, teaching assistants, customer service reps, first line supervisors of retail sales, first line supervisors of food prep, right? I think we think, oh, there's all these jobs open. They're not necessarily high wage jobs that are open outside of nursing. So just a little more insight into how this sort of plays out into what's happening right now in our workforce. Now, things are changing. So here what I've done is take that same group of occupations and I put the change in the number of people working in those occupations 2018 to 2022. And I put the red, those occupations that were high wage above the line in red, and the occupations that were low wage below the line. And there's just a clear relationship. Those high wage jobs are growing much faster than those low wage jobs. In fact, we're seeing decline in many of those low wage jobs while high wage jobs are growing at faster rates. So our economy is changing, and it is changing towards those high wage jobs, but it's not changing as fast as many other states. This is the concentration of those and those high wage workers. And I really just took those top couple: life, architecture, computer, math, business and finance, and health diagnosing and treating. Others look at just STEM occupations, for instance, science, tech, engineering, and math. But here I just took those high wage, and this is the percent of folks by state that are working in those high wage. And you can see those states that are going to be high productivity states because they have those concentration of high wage workers. Well, we're kind of in the middle on that one. Not too bad for the region though. And then I don't think I have it here. Yeah, I did actually. So, and then this is, remember I said we're growing them really fast, but we're actually growing them much slower than many other states. This is the percent change in the share of that workforce that are in high wage jobs over a similar period of time. And on that metric, we're even slower in terms of our change in the workforce mix.
Josie,
Yes.
you think there's gonna be a change with the minimum wage that we increase that? Will that make up some of the difference for the lower income?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference just in terms of the amount of workers in those types of jobs, what that differential is, right? The minimum wage is not going to move someone from here to here, right? So they're going to move someone from here to here. And so in that case, I do think we are maybe going to get rid of something like this, but I don't think we become a high wage economy through minimum wage change. No, I think we keep people out of poverty. But so poverty for a family of 4 with 2 children under age 18 is like $26,000 a year. So, right, we might keep someone out of poverty, but that we're not living an abundant life on that income. So I don't think it's not important. I just don't think it changes the economy in any huge way overnight. This is Nebraska median household income. And so just sort of the culmination point of that workforce, we're doing okay, but right, we're not a high wage economy, especially compared to many states, including some within the region. I have just a couple more minutes with you. So I want to get at, so why is our workforce not particularly productive if folks are working this hard? And it has a lot to do with our education mix. So this is the educational attainment of our population. We do this for persons 25 years and older, which is kind of assuming that's when folks stop their education. Not necessarily true anymore, doesn't need to be true, but it gives us a good benchmark. The majority of our population is in this group, some college or associate degree, and it's truly the some college associate's degree is about 11% of that group. We don't break it down because we don't have a lot. It's a smaller group, so we don't have as much data available for them. But most of that is that some college group. And you can see a really direct correlation between educational attainment and wages. As educational attainment goes up, wages goes up. I've actually looked, if we could take just a portion of this and move them to here and get them to this median income, that's where we start generating a lot of productivity. It would be about $1 billion new in the economy. But right, moving folks from here to here and right, actually making decent wages because we have a low wage economy. We have jobs for these folks. It's just not high wage jobs for these folks. So that's where I would say the minimum wage is going to make the biggest difference for. And And so here we are, this is the percent of our population with a bachelor's degree or more. This looks a lot like that map of who works in high wage jobs. Those same states with the concentration of high wage jobs have a concentration of folks with a bachelor's degree. There's a real, when we say high wage, high skill, high demand, that change in jobs, those three things really do go together. And we can see the states that are competitive on those metrics and are sort of middling rank there. We are high for that some college, no degree group, which is why if you remember back to the brain drain slide, we're still positive for folks coming in with some college, no degree. That's an area where we have a lot of jobs available for that group. We have a lot of those folks here, so then we can bring folks into the state in that area. This is how we got there. We actually have really high college going rates. This data is from NSWERS. So this is the amount of people going to college by county. They're not going necessarily in the county for college, but they are going, and this can include an associate's degree, 2-year or 4-year. But our graduation rates are not very high. This is folks that graduate within a period equal to 1.5 times the normal time to finish the degree they entered. We don't have a ton of data for every county on this, but they are far off. So look at that, just, for Douglas or Lancaster, right? 77% are going to college. Only 11% are necessarily finishing there in time and a half. So that is contributing to some of the challenges we have with educational attainment statewide. I want to end on a brighter note. I've been working with the Nebraska Community Foundation for several years. I think we're in our 4th year of a survey of rural youth. And I do want to say that they are very, very positive about their communities, the quality of life, the family, the housing. Most of them would like to live in a small town. They love their tight-knit communities. They don't think there's a stigma with returning to these communities. They really value what communities across our state offer: safety from violence and theft, good schools, proximity to family. This is how they rank these factors. So there's a lot of hope right now for what's happening in rural communities. But when we do ask them if they weren't to live in a place when they are older, what would that reason be? And again, we see that jobs factor come up. So I think this slide really ties these 3 topics together: demographics, workforce, and education. We have people, they're extremely hardworking. They work in sectors across our economy, but we need to make sure we're providing the best training available to meet the workforce needs of today and tomorrow so that we can sort of repopulate statewide. That's what I have for you today. Happy to take any questions. I'm not too far off on time, although I'm a little off on time.
I think we're okay, but thank you so much. And I think we've got time for maybe a couple of questions if anyone has any. All right, it doesn't seem like we do. So thank you again so much. And we will make these slides available to you. And we have Dr. Schafer's contact information if you want to get in touch with her. Again, the CPAR website just has a tremendous amount of information on it. It's a real resource for all of you, so we can make sure that you get access to that. So thank you again, and I hope the situation with the basement and the schools and everything resolves.
It's all fun over here. Thank you all so much, and truly reach out if you have any questions. I appreciate what you do.
So again, I'm Beck, OpenSky's Senior Fiscal Policy Analyst, and we're going to talk about Nebraska taxes, an overview of Nebraska taxes. We can spend all day and probably multiple days talking about them, but we'll go through a quick overview. So we're going to start with some tax policy considerations that we look at OpenSky and that are generally accepted tax policy considerations through which we view both existing tax policy and tax policy legislation. We'll spend some time talking about Nebraska's major taxes, which again kind of falls into that 3-legged stool concept that Keisha was talking about. And then focus a little bit on some recent tax legislation because there has been quite a lot of movement on tax legislation in the legislature within the last 3-4 years. And then finish up with just some other tax related items. So considerations for policymakers and people like OpenSky who evaluate taxes. These are things that we look at. We again look at existing tax statutes and tax legislation that comes up inevitably in every legislative session. So these are really in no particular order. I really just alphabetize them. So we don't necessarily put any more weight on one than any other. But the first thing that we look at when we talk about taxes is we want to think about the concept of adequacy. And really what that means is just the tax system that we have through various different taxes is raising enough revenue that will pay for the services that are both expected by constituents and policymakers. So we want to make sure that you have enough revenue to, again, budget for all of those, through all of those budgetary practices and for all the items that the budget pays for, as Keisha had talked about. Another thing that we look at when we are evaluating tax policy is the concept of equity. So there's really two facets to the concept of equity. There's horizontal equity, which if you think about it, if you have two taxpayers that are in similar situations, you should expect and you would expect the tax system would treat them relatively equally, right? They should be paying about the same. So that's something that we look at as well. The other concept within equity is vertical equity. And really what that means is just that generally that a person's tax liability, you know, the overall taxes that they pay rises as their income rises, as their ability to pay increases. Another thing that we look at when we look at tax policy is we look at the concept of exportability. And really what that means is just that at least some of the tax burden that is levied inside the state is exported to people outside of the state. So some states have are better able to export their tax base through things like tourism, for example. Nebraska has some tourism, but you know, it's not a huge portion of our tax base. Really where our exportability comes from through our existing tax code is the corporate income tax. The next thing we look at is neutrality, which is sometimes called efficiency. Really, all that suggests is that taxes should not impact personal or business decisions. Of course, we know that's an ideal. It's not necessarily always true, but it's something that we certainly strive for and look at as we are evaluating tax policy. Simplicity, of course, the tax system should be easily understood and without loopholes. This also tends to maybe fall a little bit short. Nebraska is not an outlier. Taxes are incredibly complicated, but when we evaluate tax policy, we are certainly looking for the simplest possible way to administer that tax. And then finally, stability. Both tax collections and tax policy should be relatively consistent and predictable, so as not to make it difficult for both the people, you know, our accountants and the taxpayers themselves. So as we continue on with considerations for policymakers, one concept that we kind of want to dive into as it relates to the equity concept are two tax policy considerations that we in particular look at, which is the concept of regressive taxes and progressive taxes. So a regressive tax very simply charges more as a share of income for low earners than high earners. And a progressive tax is the opposite of that. It charges more as a share of income for high earners than low earners. So I have underlined here as a share of income because that's really the crux of progressive or regressive tax policy. You know, I think if we look at a very stark example, say someone making $10 million a year and someone making $10,000 a year, very obviously that person paying or making $10 million a year is going to pay more dollars in tax. tax, right, than the person who pays 10,000. But when we evaluate taxes based on regressive or progressive concepts, we are looking at the tax burden for an individual or the overall tax code as a share of the individual taxpayer's income. And here we have a graph. This is a graph for Nebraska's entire tax-paying population. And there are a couple considerations here that I'm going to walk through, but just to start off, this includes both state and local taxes. This includes about, I think, 99.9% of all taxes levied in the states. Keisha went through. You know, we're not just talking about the big three here. We're talking everything, just about everything. We break this up into what we call quintiles, which we got the lowest 20, second 20, third 20, fourth 20, and then we've got the top 20, which we break down even further because there's quite a lot of deviation even within top 20%. But when we evaluate taxes paid as a share of income throughout the whole tax code, what we find is that lower income folks in Nebraska pay a higher percentage of their income in state and local taxes than the very highest earners among us in Nebraska. This is not unique to Nebraska. In fact, there's the report that this data comes from ranks Nebraska, I believe, we're 30th overall in terms of most progressive to least progressive. So we're 30th overall. And again, what this shows is that lower income folks in Nebraska pay a higher percentage of their overall income to taxes than higher income folks. And also, if anybody has any questions. So sticking with this progressive and regressive discussion, again, this was the overall tax code, 99.9% of all state and local taxes levied in the state. But there's obviously differences among each of our specific tax types. So this would be the big three, the three-legged stool, as some people like to call it. And what we find is that for personal income taxes in Nebraska are actually progressive. So the total taxes as a share of income rises with income. There are reasons for that, which we will get into as we dive a little bit deeper into our income taxes. Sales taxes, on the other hand, are regressive. So again, they comprise more income, a greater share of income for low-income Nebraskans than they do for high-income Nebraskans. Makes sense, right? Sales tax is a flat rate. Certainly, people who earn more income buy more things, but again, as a share of their overall income, it comprises less for high-income people than for low-income people. Yes.
Is some of that too included in like some of the things that are taxed when you look at like the cigarettes or like some of those that get into sales as?
So excise, yes, sin taxes and excise taxes would absolutely be considered in here. As far as exactly how that factors into the distribution, I don't know that I can answer that there. Certainly we know that like more of those sin taxes do fall more disproportionately harder on low income people. So I think that would be an impact here. And then the other leg of the three-legged stool would be, of course, property taxes, which also are on average regressive in Nebraska. Low income folks in Nebraska pay about 5.2% on average of their income in property taxes, whether they own or rent. Certainly renters do pay property taxes too, than higher income folks.
Do I remember that we decreased the amount of property taxes for agricultural land a couple of years ago overall compared? Do I remember that correctly?
For ag land specifically, Connie, I don't think we haven't lowered the taxable value of ag land for
No,
quite
they
a
talk
while.
about it a lot.
They talk.
Okay, maybe that's just what I was confused about. Sorry, I was like, I remember the conversation.
Farmers pay a lot of property tax.
Oh, I know. I mean, this is a conversation we have with equalized, non-equalized within the formula, so
Right.
that's, but I was just asking, I know that has come up a lot. I was just wondering.
Yes, so there have been discussions about lowering taxable value both inside and outside of TSO, which is a whole discussion that I don't plan on getting into today.
Okay, that's
More
working
than
identity.
happy to talk to anybody offline about that. Okay, so this is generally on average how the big three taxes in Nebraska break down as a share of income across our income distribution. Okay, so just diving now very briefly and pretty surface level into our three major tax types. I am not going to purport to be talking about everything. Certainly, please ask questions if you have them. There's a lot more to these taxes than I'm going to be showing on the screen here, but I don't have all the time. So this chart here we put together, this is just Nebraska's three-legged stool. Obviously, you'll notice that there are 4 lines, which does not equate to a three-legged stool, but we broke out income tax because there are 2 different income tax systems. There's income tax for personal income and income tax for corporate income. Who raises the tax? Keisha did an excellent job of talking about this. Who pays the tax, obviously, and then what the revenue is raised for. We'll walk through all of this. We go through the tax types. Property tax, which you all indicated that you hear a lot about. We also hear a lot about it. You know, there's a lot of considerations with property tax. There's a lot of things that the legislature has done in recent years. Really, they've been focusing on property taxes. I mean, it's been decades now. Decades, right? It didn't even start with the implementation of our TSO school funding formula. It went back before then. Interestingly, in our primers that we have over there, we do have a discussion of Nebraska's tax code and like how our modern tax code came to be back in the 60s. Highly recommend reading that because it's really, really interesting.
It's fun reading.
It is. It's really fascinating. Effectively, the voters left the state without any revenue sources for about a year, and so the legislature had to come in and revamp our tax system completely. In calendar year 2023, property taxes paid by property owners in the state totaled about $5.3 billion. The bulk of the property tax levied in the state is by public school districts, about 60%. As Keisha had mentioned, a couple policy tweaks that the legislature has done in recent years, including increased special education funding for schools and foundation aid. I think we'll lower this number, Connie, over time. It should lower this number a little bit. But there are various programs that the legislature has enacted over the last few years to attempt to reduce property taxes. We'll talk a little bit about the LB 1107 credit, which Keisha did touch on, but as she mentioned, that 1107 credit, which is a decent amount of money, it's about $600 million each year, doesn't impact this line. So if you own the property outright, you're still writing a check for the full amount. You pay your property taxes through your escrow payment, you're still paying your full property tax bill and then getting a rebate back on your income taxes. And of course, if you rent, you're paying property taxes through your rent and you're really not getting any direct. So any questions on property tax that you'd like me to address? More than happy to.
What's the magic answer? How to fix all
Oh, Connie is the horse in the finger.
A lot of finger pointing.
There's.
Yeah.
I do have a question around that. Like, I know, and I've talked to Rebecca about this, like, it feels like we're just always in this conundrum, like how you mentioned, like the legislature is always wrestling with this. Has there ever been, with you all being kind of that neutral party to help convene and give education, like an appetite for a commission to come in and really spend time to address the now and plan for a less convoluted tax approach in Nebraska?
Yes, we've introduced probably helped introduce 6 or 7 legislative resolutions to really study the education side of property taxes, which again drive property taxes in Nebraska. The last time the state really pulled the commission together to actually, make substantive policy changes was in the late 80s when we had TIOSA, the implementation of TIOSA. I don't think we've had major commission or, major studies since then.
There was a tax reform commission, I think in the 2010s at some point in time,
Okay.
I think.
Oh, the tax mod.
Tax modification, yeah, tax modernization. I think Senator Gloor, when he comes.
We did, and I don't know that we really implemented much out of tax.
When I looked at TIOSA again, I looked and the intent of TIOSA was to reduce schools' reliance on property taxes. So that was the intent, and this is what we got.
And Connie will be talking about TIOSA and all of those good nuggets of information. So moving on to the individual income tax, which again comprises half of one leg of the 3-legged stool. Nebraska's individual income tax has a graduated rate. What that means is that we have tax brackets with increasing tax rates as income rises. That again really gets to the concept of progressivity within our personal income tax code. That's how it's progressive. And Keisha spent some time talking about this, but here's the 2024 tax rates. Our current top rate is 5.84%. That will be reducing to 3.99%. We will also be condensing these 2 brackets. So we will go from a 4-bracket system into a 3. Tax brackets and tax rates are applied to taxable income, which is a discussion that we find ourselves engaged in quite a bit as it relates to income taxes in the legislature. Another thing I would say is that Nebraska, since 2014, has indexed our brackets annually for inflation, and what that does is it helps prevent what we call bracket creep, which is just simply, people who get cost of living increases through their job. We adjust the tax brackets with inflation to ensure that just those cost of living increases do not push them into higher tax brackets and make them, end up owing more taxes when they're really just getting cost of living adjustments. Again, the individual income tax raised about $3 billion in fiscal year 23. And we are in the process of reducing our top individual income tax rates through 2027. Sticking with individual income tax for a bit, there's another concept here that I want to get into a little bit, which is the concept of marginal versus effective tax rates. This does apply across the board, but we often at OpenSky find ourselves engaged in the marginal versus effective tax rates discussion as it relates to individual income taxes. So the marginal tax rate is simply the tax rate that is applied to the last dollar of the taxpayer's income. This is sometimes called the advertised rate. I think Keisha mentioned people only talk about the top tax rate. That is the top marginal rate. The effective tax rate is what the taxpayer's average tax rate applied to their income actually is. So you don't, in a graduated system like Nebraska has, where we have those brackets that increase with brackets that have increasing rates with increasing income. They apply as you go through those brackets. So if you make $1 million a year, you are paying 2.46% on your first $7,790 if you are a married family jointly taxpayer. And if you make $8,000 a year, you are also paying 2.46% on your first $7,790 of income per year. So to illustrate this, concept within the individual income tax, This table here is data put together by Nebraska's Department of Revenue. I will caveat here that this study was published in 2023, but the data lags a bit, just mostly with confidentiality concerns, I believe. But so even though it was published in 2023, this data is from tax year 2020. So just keep that in mind. But what this gives us is the effective tax rate by decile for Nebraska's entire universe of taxpayers. Decile would be broken into 10% increments. So for the individual income tax, the first 70% of returns, which obviously is the bulk of taxpayers in Nebraska, pay an effective tax rate of 1.86%. The eighth decile, which begins at about 74,000 adjusted gross income up to about 98.5, pays 3.25. On down the line, ninth decile pays 3.9% on average. The highest 10% on average pays 4.1%. And then what's really interesting is the Department of Revenue also breaks out the top 500 income tax returns in the state. Those in tax year 2020 began at an adjusted gross income of about $2.4 million. And what you'll notice is the effective tax rate for the top 500 returns is second lowest only to the first 7 deciles. The reason for this is largely recognized by the Department of Revenue is our business tax incentive programs, which are a whole other thing in income taxes, but effectively Nebraska, along with every other state, really tries to incentivize businesses to both come into the state, relocate their operations here, relocate employees into the state, and then expand their existing operations within the state. And folks in the top 500 returns are much more likely to be able to take advantage of those tax incentives, which the effect of those tax incentives is that they earn income tax credits and then they reduce their income tax liability. So, any questions there? Moving on to the corporate income tax, which we could also spend, I think, probably 8 hours talking about. So I think the first big thing to know about the corporate income tax is that the legislature reduced rates in 2021 and 22 and 23. Our 2024 top rate is 5.84%. And then Nebraska, up until next year, will have a graduated corporate income tax again, where it's there's 2 brackets where they increase corporate income. I will just say very briefly that economic research, there's really a consensus that a graduated corporate income tax is not necessarily all that effective. So we will be going to a flat corporate income tax rate of 3.99% beginning in 2027 and beyond. And the corporate income tax raised about $700 million in fiscal year 2023. So it's a very, very brief overview of corporate taxes. Any questions? Moving on to the sales tax. Sales tax has been a pretty hot topic in the legislature this legislative session, which is honestly the first time since I've really been in the legislature that it has been such a hot topic. Our state sales tax rate is 5.5%. That's applied to all transactions, which trigger the sales tax. We'll walk through here in a bit what transactions do, what transactions the sales tax is applied to. On top of our state sales tax, we do have that local option sales tax that Keisha was talking about, which can be up to 2% depending on the locality and the size of the locality. In Nebraska, cities and counties can levy a sales tax, although counties do have pretty strict restrictions on what those sales tax dollars can be used for, whereas cities can use them for general purposes. In fiscal 23, the state sales tax raised 2.3 billion, and then the local option sales tax for cities and counties raised 660 million in fiscal 23. I think there's only one county actually with a local option sales tax as of right now. Gage County did have help pay for that, the extra 6 settlement, but it has since expired. Yes.
How do we compare to other states with this sales tax rate? And then I'm thinking about like the retention to places like Texas and might not have income tax in the same way. Like, have y'all done any comparisons?
Yeah, absolutely. I forget I think we're about mid-pack in terms of our current state rate. You know, in terms of when you factor in the local option, I believe we're still mid-pack, although we might bump up a little bit. And then, you know, in terms of other states and other tax types, I mean, each state has a different revenue system, so there are factors there, but Texas doesn't have an income tax, but they are more, I think they're more reliant, although I would need to look at that, but I believe they're more reliant on sales tax as a share of their total revenue than we are. And really that, you know, when we're talking about those tax policy considerations, you know, diversity in taxes in our tax types does help with things like that, helps even out the burden so that, you know, one tax type is not relied on more than others. There are also considerations as it relates to like economic recessions, you know, different tax types behave differently. So it's generally good to have varied tax types to help smooth out those revenue streams through all economic conditions.
Okay, I have one more
I
question.
don't know if that answers your question.
No, that's super helpful. So in a perfect world, unicorns, rainbows, right? What state would you want to like lift and adapt their tax code and processes to Nebraska?
I'm gonna suggest that you might wanna hold that question for some of our colleagues over lunch. Sir?
Their climate choice.
We definitely don't want to emulate New York or California.
Yeah. What's hard about a question like that, Ashley, is a lot of it really is dependent on sort of what your economy is right now and what you want your economy to be. So, you know, people look to South Dakota, north of us, doesn't have an income tax, has a much broader sales tax base than we do. Also is able to export some of their sales tax base because they have so much tourism. So they're getting folks from out of state to help raise revenue for them. So I think some of the question is, where do we want Nebraska's economy to be going? And how do we use the revenue system both to help design that economy and get the economy and our taxes to be talking to each other over time?
Much better answer than what I was praying was gonna be. Thank you. Okay, so as I had mentioned, sales tax was really at the forefront of the 2024 legislative session. The governor had originally proposed earlier this session, buying down property taxes by 40%, paying for part of that buy down by increasing the state rate by 2 cents, which I'm forgetting the exact percent. I think it was 20% increase.
I think it was 28%.
28.
It would have put us at 9th in the country.
It would have put us at 9th overall in terms of state rates. And also, as I kind of touched on, Nebraska's sales tax has its origins back to 1967, which is when the Nebraska Revenue Act was enacted. And I think we all know this, but we have a fundamentally different economy today than we did in 1967. In the 60s, Nebraska's economy, along with most or every other state, was really a goods-based economy. And over time, the economies have shifted from goods-based to services-based, with the exception of the pandemic. Goods did overtake services during the pandemic, but that's because we were all sitting at home buying things on Amazon. So Nebraska sales tax really, in simplistic terms, really focuses on the sale of goods. It really puts that sales tax transaction on the sale of goods. We do tax some services, but a lot of services are exempt in the state of Nebraska, not unique to Nebraska by any means. But what that does is it has the effect of narrowing our sales tax base. So another concept that we look at when we talk about sales tax and really any other tax is the concept of a broad base. Apply that tax to as much as you can so that you can have as low a rate as possible on the tax to raise adequate revenue. There's an organization called the Federation of Tax Administrators, which puts out every decade, which is kind of a long time in between, but puts out a survey of all the states and how many services they tax on their recognized list of services that sales tax could be applied to. In the most recent Federation of Tax Administrators survey, Nebraska taxes 81 of 176 services that they recognize. To give a little bit of context as to where we fall in our neighbors, South Dakota, as Rebecca had mentioned, taxes 152 of those 176 services. They have a much broader sales tax base as it relates to services. Colorado, on the opposite end of that spectrum, has a much narrower base as it relates to those services by only taxing 19 of those 176 recognized services. And so wrapping up the sales tax here, base broadening, we at OpenSky have supported the concept of base broadening. We do believe from all the research that it is a worthy cause. However, we must be mindful of a couple pitfalls with sales tax base expansion. So in general, taxing business to business transactions or business inputs is not advised. Of course, Nebraska and all other states do their best to exempt services which would largely be considered business to business transactions, but we're not entirely successful at that. We do tax some business to business transactions to slip through the cracks. And then also the sales tax, as we know from this chart back here, does fall disproportionately hardest on low and middle income folks. It consumes a higher portion of their income. And so broad base expansion without mitigation can exacerbate that disparity. And there are a variety of policy options through which the legislature can mitigate the impact that sales tax base expansion would have on low and middle income folks. Which I'd be more than happy to talk with anyone off the record about that. Any questions? Okay, I'm actually ahead of time. Oh, maybe not. So as we also mentioned, there's been quite a lot of tax legislation in recent years. I'm just going to run through these very, very quickly. 2020 brought the LB 1107 credit, which Keisha touched on. It's a refundable income tax credit against your school district property taxes paid. It grows each year, started at 125 million in 2020. It was 561 million in 2023 and growing. Several considerations with that. When we think about those tax policy considerations, we talked about initially, one of the considerations was simplicity, and in the same vein, transparency. This tax credit doesn't necessarily meet, from our perspective, the principles of transparency and simplicity. We see that through a fairly low claim rate. I think as of early April, something like 40% of this year's tax credit had been unclaimed, because it does require you to file a form through your income taxes and get that credit instead of just receiving it on your property taxes.
And are those claims, those ones that are claimed, are they by higher income, like people who can afford to pay?
That's a good question.
I don't think we've seen data from the
Mm-mm.
Department of Revenue that breaks down who claims, or who by income who claims. there is data about by school district, what the rates of
Yes.
claiming the rate are.
Mhm.
So that gives you some sense of across the state who's likely to reduce the rates. And I think generally speaking, some of the more rural school districts tend to have higher claim rates than urban school districts.
I know when Senator Linehan was talking about it, she's saying her area in Elkhorn had a higher claim rate. My area in Belton does not. So even though they're in the same metro area, so anyway,
And I think Omaha Public.
one is the lower.
Yeah.
Seemed like the higher poverty districts had lower claim rates.
It would be interesting to see that data by income.
And additionally, you can claim your prior years.
Yes.
So now more people are knowing about it. So those refunds for the credits for the prior years, they can still claim those. So you're kind of seeing more of that impact.
Correct. Yep. In 2021, legislature enacted those corporate rate reductions as well as social security income tax cuts. 2022, more corporate income tax cuts, individual income tax cuts were added, as well as a complete phase out of social security. And I also forgot to add here, property tax reduction through community college funding, which Keisha had mentioned. And beginning next fiscal year, the state will completely take over the general fund levy of community colleges, which will again reduce overall property tax burden by roughly $250 million statewide. And then in 2023, LB 754 came in and reduced those corporate and individual income tax rates further. Just to give you an idea, the individual income tax prior to all of this legislation was 6.84%. It will drop to 3.99%, which is a 42% cut in that top rate. And the corporate income tax rate was 7.81% and will be reduced by 49% once it is fully. We talked about, I talked briefly about the 2024 legislation. Again, the governor sought a 40% reduction in property taxes by raising sales tax rate, eliminating a few sales tax exemptions, but not many. I think there were 6 or 7 maybe in the original package. It also included a digital advertising tax, which is a new tax that's being litigated across the country. So we'll see how that ends up. This legislation did not end up passing, so we don't have to worry about it for now. Also included in the package was an increase in the cigarette tax, increase in our vaping tax, and a new tax on CBD and hemp products. And then, of course, there's a question of a special session, which has been floating out there. And we are preparing for that potential right now. So finally, I just wanted to end on basically just to say that what we talked about is not a comprehensive list of Nebraska's taxes. Keisha kind of alluded to that. We really focused on the big 3. Of course, Nebraska has an inheritance tax, which is subject to much debate right now. We have excise taxes, like our sin taxes, our motor fuel taxes, we have occupation taxes levied at the city level. We have a lot of tax credits, which reduce your taxes owed. These are tax policy considerations which impact the state's bottom line. We have myriad low income tax provisions that help, the lowest income Nebraskans to reduce their tax liability. And then very obviously it's not comprehensive. So any questions?
I have like maybe it's an easy question. No questions are easy, right? When we're talking about corporate, so I'm a small business owner, so we're talking about corporate business taxes and stuff like that. What's the percentage of like big corporations? Because I know there's a lot of small business. What's the tax breakup of all of that?
So the vast majority of Nebraska businesses are not structured as C corporations.
Okay.
I think the last set of data that we have is 13% of Nebraska businesses are C corporations. And so then pay through the corporate income tax code, the vast majority of Nebraska businesses, 87% would be passed through entities.
Right.
So S corp, partnership, LLC. There are various considerations that businesses choose when they do incorporate or become a business to determine whether to become a C corp or pass-through entity.
So really the cut in the corporate tax rate is a cut, that doesn't, you know, because we get these questions when we endorse and do all that, stuff, so I want to be able to speak, and this is not my strong.
Can you talk a little bit about what single sales factor means? Because I think that's an important aspect of understanding our corporate tax.
Yeah. So Nebraska is what we call a single sales factor apportionment factor state, which is really just a lot of words to say that in determining the corporate tax owed by a C corporation, we only look at the sales that that corporation does in the state of Nebraska. Traditionally, corporate taxes were levied on the three-factor system, which was sales, payroll, and property. We shifted away from that system in the 1980s to a single sales factor. I think 26 other states have a single sales factor apportionment. So really, the single sales factor apportionment just taxes a corporation's sales in the state. And in practical terms, what that means is that it has no impact on whether a corporation will relocate into Nebraska or stay in Nebraska because we've cut our corporate taxes, because we're only looking at their sales. So if they're based out of state, they have the same tax burden as if they're based in, yes, Senator.
Just a bit of information that goes along with those,
Yes.
that decision. Nebraska is part of I'll call it a coalition
Yes.
of states that try and do some commonality within their state structure, tax structure. And you've used one of the more complex things to work through. When you think about it, there's an issue that I ran into when I served representatives in that committee of, so if you buy a pizza, walk out of Domino's, you pay a sales tax. If you buy it in the grocery store, you don't pay a sales tax. What do you do with take-it pizza?
Right.
And that's an oversimplified approach towards, there are thousands of definitions about whether you should tax that or not. But these states that we're part of all try to come up with some commonality within the tax structure. So that whatever state you go to as part of this coalition, the tax code's gonna be as it's common and consistent as possible.
That's right.
But I used the take and bake, it was the one that they used to explain to me why this was important. Oh, yeah, what is take and bake?
So when I use this, our cafeteria in the legislature, if you bought a yogurt, and if they handed you a spoon, you paid sales tax. If you went to the back of the room and grabbed a spoon, they didn't.
Ready to.
Interesting.
And I ate yogurts.
It was the strangest thing when I did that. You gotta be kidding me.
Yes.
Let's take one question, but I feel like this discussion about food is probably a sign that we're already.
Right? I just wanted to point out a resource. Before I came to the legislature, I worked for the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Revenue has a lot of data on their website, data reports. And one of the reports on the Department of Revenue's website is Nebraska revenue sources, and it's almost comprehensive list of all the taxes, details on all of them. So that's a great resource to find out more.
So now, we wanted to just have a frank conversation, I think, a real conversation about what it's like to be in the legislature and we have some wonderful colleagues here with us to share some wisdom and some experience and lessons learned. So we have over here, on my right, we have Senator Patty Pansy Brooks, who served in Legislative District 28 from 2015 to 2023. Next, we have Senator Mike Gloor, who served in District 35 from 2029 to 2017. And we have Senator Curt Friesen, who served in District 34 from 2015 to 2023. So same terms as Senator Pansy Brooks. So we have some a wealth of experience in revenue issues and education issues, transportation, judiciary. So I'll just ask you If you can kick us off by talking about, the committees that you served on, and if you think there's anything that for candidates here to know about you, that's all.
Okay, well, welcome everybody and good luck with your races. It's a lot, but it's also fun. I always thought of going door to door, sort of like exercising, because you're thinking, oh my God, I gotta go out to it. And you do it and you're like energized by all these fabulous people that you meet. So I hope you're enjoying most of it. You can tell I don't like this. I can't charter. Anyway, so I was on the Judiciary Committee and was vice chair of that all 8 years, and then was also on the Education Committee. And there are a number of other committees we did on, like the Committee on Committees, which usually gets a laugh, but anyway, it really, what I want to just say quickly to you is that we are all really good friends. I walked out of that legislature. I'm more of a like liberal, right? You think, Curt? And I walked out with as many conservative friends as liberal friends. That's what I want to impart to you today. This is an organization that really can work together. Curt and I were not aligned on a whole bunch of stuff. Mike and I, we didn't serve that long together, but you know, yeah. So we weren't all aligned, but I think the biggest thing you want me to stop now and you can go right. Yeah, the biggest thing I learned in the legislature was one of the things I cared most about my first year was about LGBTQ rights. And that's because I have a gay son. And so, and I've made all these fabulous friends in the legislature, whom I still see to this day. We are still going out together. We're going to the Lead Center together. We're doing all sorts of things, having dinner. So, but I had a bill to for workplace equity, to make sure people couldn't get fired because of who they are. And on that day that we voted, a number of my good friends, even though they knew I had a gay son, voted against it. And to me, that was probably one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever experienced. And it was very painful. I got teary. It's the only time I got teary in the legislature. And I was furious. But all of a sudden, the very next bill was about the Dreamers, getting driver's license to the Dreamers. And we had to have a whole different new coalition. And what I learned was to pivot and to recognize that while we may disagree on one thing, we're going to agree on the next thing. And so we had a number of people that did that. I hope you go in with a joyful outlook that you are going to make friends. You're not going to always agree. You can agree to disagree. It sounds trite, but it's important that you do that. Okay, you guys can all talk now. Notes. I didn't even bring notes.
Transparency.
Oh my God.
Mike Gloor. I was the president and CEO of St. Francis Medical Center in Grand Island. Got involved in advocacy on behalf of hospitals, healthcare overall. Frankly, more as related to the American Hospital Association, served on a committee there. And I made more trips from an advocacy standpoint. Ultimately, I ended up being chair of the Nebraska Hospital Association to DC than I did to the halls of the legislature. Just given the nature of some of the legislation that was important to us. But I enjoyed the advocacy. At a certain point in my career, I've been at the same organization for almost 3 days. It was time for me to do something different. The term limits, Senator who was head of it, Ray Aguilar, who is back now, was term limited, and so I decided to run for the legislature. And walk the talk. My goal had been, well, you know, in fact, one of the reporters said, you're going to be one of those healthcare docs, which is what I thought I would do. Ultimately, I ended up being the chair of the Banking, Commerce, and Insurance Committee. And the last few years I was there, I was the chair of the revenue. It's not going to bank. But when it comes to revenue and tax policy, I was in a position, and think I got voted into that position They may or may not have voted for me, I'm not sure that was their. Second year.
Oh, we.
I don't think anybody ran against. it.
Oh. It was unanimous.
So it was unanimous. But my skill set running a hospital was so applicable to being in the legislature. And I'll give you an example that goes back in my early history of administration. It was at a conference. And one of the presenters talked about the importance of trying to maintain relationships between hospital administrators and clinicians, particularly clinicians, and said this: remember, when a clinician walks into the hospital or medical clinic, whatever institution they're with, every day, the first thing on their mind is, what's happening to my patients today? We're gonna have the staff to help me take care of the patient. Pharmacy gonna be there, the supplies gonna be there, surgery going on time. What's happening to my patients today? And when an administrator walks into their institution, their thought is, what decisions am I gonna make today? It means this institution will be providing care 20 or 30 years. Neither one of those arguments is incorrect. They're both appropriate for the audience, the individual, and their role playing. And I think your role is more administrative, which is you're going to be besieged with people who want action now, this year, something that has to happen now. But I think your responsibility is the decisions you're going to make are going to be good for this state 20 to 30 years from now. And I adamantly believe.
That sounded like a joke. An administrator walks into the hospital. I was waiting for the punchline.
You done now?
I am done.
I'm Curt Friesen. I have my daughter back there that hold me accountable.
All right.
So I was in high school, I was a troublemaker. I went to technical college instead of college, and that's the reason I probably survived. And then I started farming, and I just started saying yes when people asked if I wanted to do something. I had no intention of ever running for any kind of office, but ended up being in numerous offices. I was mayor, I was on city council, I was NRD board, and then I was asked to run for legislature. And the easiest thing you guys can always do is just make sure you run out of post. Makes a lot of paperwork. You don't have to do all that campaigning and door knocking. But I was, so I was asked to run for legislature, and it took me about 2 weeks to commit to that. And I said I would do it finally, and so I didn't go there to make friends. I mean, I didn't go there with that intention.
Yeah.
But you do, you work
You
with
do.
people and it happens.
He taught me to drink Fireball.
It's that interaction of people working together, whether you agree with them or not. We could disagree, but we respected each other's opinions. And that's one thing I think lacking today. I wanted to be on appropriations. That was my goal. And in the process, you'll learn, you don't get to choose. You can ask, but you don't get to choose. And so when they were in that committee meeting, fighting over who gets to be on this committee, there were two people from the 3rd district that wanted that position really bad, and one of us had to give it up. And so I received a text saying, if you would back out, what would you like to do? And so I backed up and said, look, I need to be on the appropriations, I'll go somewhere else. And so I got put on natural resources and transportation telecommunications, which after 2 years, then I jumped natural resources to revenue. So ended up being on revenue 6 years, and then I ran for chair of transportation telecommunications and was chair of that for 6 years. So again, you may think you want to, everybody said, well, you want to go for ag and be the chair of ag. I know everything about ag. I don't need to be there. I can work on those issues wherever I'm in. And I want to be somewhere where I'm maybe not comfortable. And natural resources was okay for me, but I've been on an NRD board, so that the jump from there to revenue was the best thing I ever did. So I mean, I ended up with the best two committees that I possibly could have had for 6 years. And you can't ask for more. So be willing to go somewhere where you're not comfortable. That's a good, you'll learn a lot, but it takes a while, and that's the problem with term limits. By the time you start to figure it out, you're done. So, but again, it comes back to the fact that I think you will never know it all. There's no way you can, it's impossible because there's too many subjects. But if you learn to trust people and you start to build relationships and you respect the people, I think that's a big thing. But it was an interesting ride, and I'll never do it again.
All right, thank you. The next question I have for each of you, and I'm gonna start with you, Senator Friesen, is all of you have served in different leadership roles in the legislature, and there's a variety of different opportunities to not just serve on a committee, but to serve on leadership of a committee or in a special task force. How do you navigate those roles, and what kind of strategies or leadership skills did you determine might be most useful for you in those types of roles?
After you first elected, you're gonna have a class. First of all, me and Patty were on the same class, and you kind of bonded. You meet ahead of time a little bit as a classmates, and but you have to start trusting people. And what I found is that you can't trust a lot of people. Well, it takes a while. It took a while.
Yeah.
Because you thought you knew this person and you didn't, but in the end, I mean, the only thing that you bring to the legislature is your integrity. If you tell somebody you're gonna do something, you better do it. And that is what I found troubling sometimes. And so I always made it a point, even if I disagreed with someone, they knew my position. Walt Radcliffe once told me it was so much fun working with me because all he had to do is come and ask me a question. If I would support this or that, I'd answer him, and he knew he never needed to talk to me again. He was done. He knew it was finished. So I mean, it is challenging because you have to be able to. And so if you can build that trust and that consistency in what you do, people will vote for you to be on those committees, be chairman of those committees, but you have to earn that trust and that I guess that stability factor that you're not gonna be bouncing this way and that way, and you're willing to respect both sides. Because if you're sitting there as a one direction looking person and you're on a committee that has to investigate something, you're not gonna be trusted to come with a truthful answer, maybe, or an objective look at it. So it takes someone, I feel, when I looked at somebody to run for things, I mean, could they be objective? Would they look at it as being good for the state versus good for maybe even their district? But sometimes it isn't the best for your district, but it's best for the state. And will they carry through with it? So that's kind of how I think, but otherwise, you know, I mean, I never felt that I deserved to be in the legislature. It was just, you know, it was, like I said, I had lots of great opportunities. It was a great thing to be able to be there and to be part of that institution. I think part of it we lost in the last years.
This could be an answer to another one of the questions I think you're gonna ask, but for me, one of the things that I would tell you, you probably already suspicion this, but when it hits you, it's a different reality. It's like starting high school all over again. Nobody cared that you were smart in junior high or a good athlete at your school. I went in the military, I was drafted into the military. You know, they shaved your head, they put you in green. They didn't care what you did in past life or now in service. And I told people the most interesting thing for me, and the one I felt best about, wasn't prepared for, is that I went from running a large institution with about 1,200 employees and a great resume, had I wanted to go forward with that resume. resume means nothing in the legislature. The lobby will read about you and know about you, but in reality, you gotta earn your spurs all over. Teddy Roosevelt used to say, walk softly and carry a big stick. I'd say walk softly, but as you will earn your stick, if you can use that term, through experience and how you interact with people. But you've got to build your reputation and your credibility all over. You're starting from ground zero. I don't care who campaigned for you. I don't care who wrote checks for you. Nobody knows all that stuff but you. You're really starting from ground zero. And I felt such a great sense of accomplishment. People will vote for me to be chairs of committees, as I said, banking, commerce, and insurance. That was my area of expertise. Revenue, that was my area of expertise. But they trusted me in that leadership based upon how I'd interacted with them up until that point in time. So bide your time, build your reputation. It will serve you well in the long run.
And I think everything that you guys have just said is so true. Nobody really knows or cares about you and what you've done. And so it's a wonderful time to create friendships across the state. And, I've been out to all sorts of houses across the state that I've never really been able to even enjoy before. I think that it's really important that as you're learning these things and going through them, number one, I think a sense of humor is really important. I think that if you can't have a sense of humor about stuff, you better learn over this next summer, because it is, it really, that helps you a sense of humor about yourself and about others. And that I think was my superpower in getting along. I'd go up to one of them, I don't know, it was you or Brewer or who it was, give him a hug and say, you still feel that crazy way that you did last year? We gotta get you to change. And he'd laugh and say, yeah, I'm not there quite yet. And I'd be like, John Lowe always kicked me in the kneecaps and stuff. So it's just, you gotta have some fun with this, or it's not worth it. And you have to be honest. And the other thing is you have to be kind. If someone can hear the contempt in your voice, you're never going to convince them of your position. If they can hear that you really don't respect them or care about them or care about what they're thinking, the barrier's up, you're done. So, that's a good way. Linehan and I became really close, and we are on opposite ends of a number of different things, but we are friends to the end still. And we're on opposite ends of an issue right now, but that doesn't matter. What matters is the people and the person and the friendship and just knowing one another. And we made better legislation because we listened to one another, and we were able to see when she first got into the legislature, she brought a bill that was going to hold all second or third graders back if they couldn't read. And you can imagine what the schools, the teachers, if they were gonna hold back all these kids, they were gonna go crazy. So I went to her and I said, let's go across the state, because I cared about dyslexia. And I said, let's go across the state, look at all the schools, see what they're doing, see who's doing it well. And then, we can figure out what that how we can tweak that legislation. Well, we did it. We had an absolute blast and went to all these different schools and became best friends. And she brought better legislation the next year. It wasn't my doing, but I think she saw ways that it could be more effective. And I think she'd say the same thing. So anyway, just working together, recognizing we aren't each other's enemies, and recognizing I have some of my best friends from that experience, truly. So I hope you have that same experience.
Senator Gloor, I'm going to ask you to kick us off on this next question here, which is just about what was the greatest challenge and a most rewarding experience while you were serving?
Coming from more of an institutional background, I always had a strategic plan. And we budgeted according to the plan. We developed marketing plans based upon a strategic plan. And when the term limits first went into play, some of the senators at that point in time concerned about the loss of continuity, legacy, inconsistency with term limits. Put in place a strategic planning process for the legislature so that there be some carryover from legislative year to legislative year. Senator John Harms from Scottsbluff, as a matter of fact, was the one who initiated that. Great guy, smart guy. And I served as vice chair on that committee. I thought it was a great idea. The other thing term limits does is bring people in who have no experience with strategic plans. And so I think there may still be a strategic planning committee. I'm not sure if there even is.
There is a planning. Yeah.
But within that body, and especially, even though it was put in place because of term limits, it just doesn't have anything. Really, more and more decisions should be made because of, I think, by trying to have some consistency built into the procedures that say, and how does this fit with our strategic plan that we all need? That occurred. And for me, given how I operated my entire career, not having a strategic plan was always problematic. My biggest thing that I think back on about was I came in with primary care physicians who were talking about patient-centered medical homes. What a great way that was to provide additional services and improve health status, control costs. And it took some doing, but I eventually got 2 governors to buy into it, and Medicaid directors to buy into it. And so we were able to do pilot projects for Medicaid starting my freshman year. And it continued, pretty soon the insurance companies picked up on it. So we were able to get patient-centered medical home embedded within not just the Medicaid system, but also with the private insurance system to a certain extent. People would call from other states to talk to my OpenSky as
Legislative assistant.
my legislative assistant, who I sent to institutes and seminars, who was the expert for a lot of people across the country who were putting these in place. So it was a big issue for us. It's still in place, but the problem is the insurers took it instead of an incentive for physicians to practice using best practices. Now it's, if you want to get paid what you should get paid, you have to do these things. So they turned, pardon my description, but they turned the gun around and shot the other way once that was. The good news is patient-centered medical home is still in play and so we're out there, but not as an incentive. It's a stick, rather than a carrot. But I still feel good about it.
Senator Panning Brooks, do you wanna?
Yeah, I sort of told you about one of my greatest challenges, so I'm gonna talk to you quickly about my, some of the things I'm most proud of. One is we completely changed, the human trafficking laws while I was there, and we were able to work together on both sides of the aisle. The oldest myth in the world, it is that, prostitute is the oldest profession in the world. That's wrong. When I talked to the county attorney up in Omaha, Don Klein, I said, what percentage of the people that you arrest for prostitution are actually human trafficking victims? He said 96%. So we have gotten it wrong for centuries, not decades, centuries. And so that work made me feel really good to now protect the victim and go after the trafficker and the purchaser. So that's one thing. The other thing that I went in there thinking, when I graduated from law school, it was in the 80s. And at that point, there was still sort of a push that, oh, you should go into family or juvenile law. And I was like, I'm not doing what you all think I should do. So my husband and I have a firm that's doing business and telecom work. And, but anyway, so when I got in there, literally the first week, somebody said, well, you know, kids across the state don't have a right to counsel, don't you? I'm like, what? Because we all know that adults have a constitutional right to counsel. Well, also children do. And they were not getting it. They would go into court and have a mass arraignment and plead guilty, or they would, and there's all sorts of studies across the state that this was true. So, you know, I really worked in those areas on juvenile law, and it was a complete pivot. I didn't realize that was going on. It was a gut kick, because I felt like if I had been doing that since the 80s, that would not, you know, maybe it wouldn't be true. So, you know, you'll get in there and don't have a plan what you're gonna do. It's gonna come to you what should happen. And finally, the third thing that I feel most grateful to have been a big part of was on White Plain, Nebraska. People came to me, Native Americans, different people. We were sitting in a circle. I got goosebumps because I thought, you know, I knew that a circle was a sacred symbol to the Native American people. And they said, please help us with this. And so I started working on it. I had all sorts of people coming to me saying, you know, this has been going on for 100 years. Why are you wasting your time? What do you think you could possibly do? And I said, I don't know, but I've been asked, so I'm going to try. And my husband and I, he was a wonderful partner, we took a number of senators up there, did some fun things like tanking and stayed at the Dismal River Golf Club. But anyway, we started looking at the laws of vulnerable people, of Native American people, of Sheridan County, which is right where White Clay is, and started looking at all the laws regarding that, the Planning Commission. And finally, we saw that the Liquor Control Commission laws state that there must be sufficient law enforcement up there. Well, nobody had gone up there to do that. In 1880, President Chester, Arthur, built a 50-mile buffer zone across our northern border. 1906, due to the alcohol lobby, President Roosevelt took down that border. 3 liquor stores and communities immediately popped up across our northern border, one of which was White Clay. And at that point, everyone recognized the damage that it was doing to the Native American people. And so when we saw this thing about law enforcement, I went up on one of the trips and started asking the sheriff, so do you think you have enough law enforcement? Well, guess what they say to a state senator? No, we don't have enough law enforcement. We need more money. We need another, you know. So I'm thinking, okay, good. We got it on tape and stuff. And then I created a hearing where, and I wasn't on that committee, so I just came in to help start it and fed some questions to some of my more friendly colleagues. And the planning commissioner came, 2 planning commissioners, one wrote and one spoke, and all sorts of people said, we absolutely do not have enough law enforcement. And after that, Hobie Roop came up to me and said, after the hearing, said, and he was the lawyer for the Liquor Control Commission. He said, you know what just happened, don't you? And I said, yes. And 2 weeks later, the Liquor Control Commission denied the reissuing of the licenses. There was a case at the Supreme Court on a procedural issue, and the stores were closed. I mean, it's just one of those things where you have to keep trying. You have to believe that you might have a view different than another person's. Anyway, so those were things that were really happy for me. You agree?
So when I was running for election, since I didn't have to knock on doors, I did go to events and things, but you know, in my area, we were farmers, mostly ag community. So property taxes to us were the biggest thing back then, because my taxes on ag land had gone up 300% in 10 years. That was the taxes I pay. I don't care about valuations. Everybody can argue about valuations all they want. It's the check you write that matters. And so my focus was property taxes, and I kept working on that for my whole 8 years. There were some good things that came out of it, but one of the things that I started with, as I said, sooner or later, this has come to residential, and you're gonna have your spike in valuations and taxes are gonna go up. And I kept talking about that, but I couldn't get my urban colleagues to recognize what was gonna happen. And because it wasn't happening. You know, residential housing, when prices were going down, went to the crisis of the 80s, we're still just slowly coming out of that. A lot of the rural communities, housing valuations were actually lower over those 10-year periods. But my ag land had just so I was working on property tax issue. And so we didn't have any money, so we looked at every piece of tax code and we went line by line to the sales tax exemption. And Governor Ricketts at the time said, no tax increases. I don't care if I'm not paying sales tax on that item today and I am tomorrow, that's a tax increase. So the first thing you need to learn is you are a different branch of government and you don't have to care what he says. But he can veto things and he can fight you. And so me and him, we killed each other's bills for a number of years until he learns to respect you more if you kill his legislation.
Okay.
Well, I guess the first thing, that I kind of did that I'm looking back on, I saw how big a deal it was, but I didn't recognize it at the time is my priority bill, my freshman year, I think, was raising the gas tax. And my staff about freaked out. They said, you know, they would rather work for a senator that was gonna be there 8 years instead of just 4. So please don't prioritize the gas tax. I had my ulterior motives, but I prioritized the gas tax. You know how much the governor liked that. So that was one of the first bills really that he and Jim Smith was the bill. And he was chair of telecommunications. And he was urban, I was rural. And by working together, we raised the gas tax and overrode the governor's veto.
It was actually fun.
You know, when you can have preconceived notions when you go there, you're not gonna vote for this or for that. But when you start to learn about issues, listen, you find out that we needed the money. I mean, inflation had taken the cost of roads. How are we gonna pay for our roads? And it's through a use fee. So that was one of the biggest accomplishments. And the other one would have been LB 1107, the refundable tax credit. And some of you question why it's done that way, but that was really the only thing the governor would accept. And this whole thing was created over a period of about 4 hours at the end of the session. Because the other bill was stuck with the Magnificent Seven. They were trying to come up with this grand plan.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't going anywhere, and so Senator Stinner on appropriations came to me and said, there was $125 million available. If I could find a way to use it in property tax reform, because this committee was stuck. They couldn't get it done. And so working with Speaker Scheer and Senator Lathrop, 1107 was born. And it happened so fast, most people didn't even know what happened.
That's true too.
Yeah. And today it's a pretty substantial 30% of your property tax you pay to schools. Is it hard to get? Yes. Would I care if they moved it forward? I wouldn't care. That doesn't matter to me. If you do it, make it easier. But we really don't know the data on who's not collecting. It could be absentee landlords. You live in Florida and you own some farm ground. You don't have to file a state return there. So you might be earning money in Nebraska and not filing a Nebraska return, even though it's required. Who's gonna make you? So that way they can't file for a refund either if they don't file returns. We don't know.
They're not spending money here, they can pay the extra tax.
Well, they don't, but they don't know. We don't know if they're paying it or not. We don't know. They say they do. And so I'm not sure. I know, people that, you know, in rural areas, if you owned a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 house, it's hardly worth applying for it. It just didn't, it wasn't a big amount. So a lot of those people didn't apply for it. To pay their accountant to put it on their taxes cost them $30 and they got $25 refund. So at first, especially, it didn't amount to much the first year. And so, but it's the only method that we could convince the governor, I guess, that to support it. So you have to learn to change direction once in a while. And so that was one that, it happened quick, but I always have a plan B, a plan C, plan D. Because I was used to everything I tried in property taxes. I've touched every piece of TIOSA there is. It never got anywhere because we didn't have the money to put towards it. So that's a challenge today. And, you know, when I first came there, I was totally against, I would have lowered the corporate tax rate to 0 today. Yeah, we should have cut the corporate tax rate at all. Because it doesn't matter to them, they don't care. And everybody says, well, you can't track the business here if you corporate tax it. No, it doesn't matter. In fact, if I wanted to locate a C corp in Nebraska, but I did all my business out of state, I wouldn't pay any taxes. So, no, they don't care. And when you talk to the CEOs, they don't care. They say just as long as you have stable tax policy. They want a stable tax policy. They build it into their business plan. John Deere got a huge tax break and they didn't lower the price of the tractors, but they lowered their taxes. It doesn't matter to them. They're still gonna be here selling tractors. They didn't care. They still don't care. So I mean, that was a tax cut that I ended up voting for, but it was a compromise. I got something in property tax relief. I had to give something in income tax cuts. I still think it was a big mistake, but.
All right. I think now we're at a point where I want to open it up to everyone here to see if you have questions for our colleagues. So yeah, let's go over here to Dawn. And if you could also just like your name and the district that you're running in, that'd be helpful.
Dawn Park, Legislative District 27. And Senator Gloor, you spoke about term limits. I heard talk about extending that to maybe 12 years. What's your feeling on that? Yay, nay, good idea or not?
Good question. And obviously in some of my comments, I talked about the frustration, the lack of institutional knowledge. I came to the legislature, in fact, as I campaigned first go on, said that if I ever got a chance to get rid of term limits, that's the way I would vote. I told people that. Then after about 4 years here, I went, the problem with term limits is it's too short. 8 years is too short. I actually am in favor of term limits, but 16 years, or maybe even 12 years. You know, you get into a position as a chair, and it's a degree of incumbency. It could be hard if you talk to the way it was before term limits. You'll have a chair of a committee who just stayed there forever. No new ideas, no new staff work for them. Get into a real rut. If you look at the numbers of how long people served before term limits, you find that the vast majority of the senators didn't serve long terms.
7 years.
Yeah.
That was statistics, 7 years was the average.
So when you consider that, we really have term limits. There's who can handle the pressures, the expense of serving for a long period of time. But I think it behooves us to have at least 12 years. That takes care of the planning issue, the legacy issue. One other comment that I would make: you can use your campaign funds to help educate and send your staff to programs. You should do that. I made a mention of my staff person was a go-to person for patients. And people from states all over the country. And she met some of those people and interacted with them going to programs and seminars. Use your money, educate your staff so they can become subject experts in areas that are important to you. They've got more time to do that, frankly, than you do, believe it or not. But the short answer is not what I give off, but I'm in favor of term limits, but it needs to be much longer than 12 to 16.
I would just add, I wish it were not 3 4-year terms, because we talked about all this, but 2 6-year terms. Just because it's so much more money on everybody to run and, you know, if you're gonna change it to 12, then you might as well do 2 6-year terms rather than, because it's so much running for office.
And let me jump in here. Believe me when I tell you, having gone through a bill that was going to extend term limits, the powers that are out there who like it this way,
Yeah.
are legend. I mean, the executive branch.
The lobbyists.
The lobbyists.
The money people.
Well, and it depends on how you define money, but I'd say it's money outside the state as well as money within the state that feeds some of the lobbyists. To the extent that we don't have a strong knowledge base, we're more manipulative.
Way
They
more
can
manipulative.
Is that because the lobbyists have more power?
Well,
with the
they
term?
get more power just because they understand it, so they can help write the bills, they help, you know, all this kind of stuff, and they end up really having more
term limits.
Yeah.
has
Some people just
few
let the
friends and
lobbyists
many enemies.
write the bills. I had incredible staff that helped me write and do all this. And we actually read the bills. Some people don't read the bills. But, you know, that's the hard part.
I couldn't support 2 6 years because you can't leave somebody unsupervised for 6 years.
Senator, do you feel unsupervised?
I will.
Feels like you're selling on yourself.
Any other questions? Folks in the room?
Can I share what?
Yeah.
Here's a story that I tell people who ask me what my first experience was. Why I talk about it. Come in, keep not a low profile necessarily, but mind your P's and Q's, and it also speaks to problems with term limits. This covers a lot of subjects. Somebody came to me, the lobbyist for the Medical Association, and said, we want to introduce a bill that increases the cost we're charging for people who we have to make copies of medical records. It was per dollar, it was pennies of some kind, per page, built into statute. And I knew, I was coming, I 12 months before I've been involved in this, and knew we don't charge nearly enough for making copies for attorneys who get into workers' comp cases, trial. We don't charge nearly enough for the amount of time it takes. That was before a lot of electronic medical records you put together in electronic file. So there was a lot of hands-on. I said, I'd love to do this. So we worked with the Medical Association and this lobbyist, and we had a hearing and went before a committee I sat on. Making commerce and insurance, since this is going to have insurance. Anyway, I presented and I talked about it because I knew about it. And they lined up somebody who worked for a physicians clinic who talked about it. A lobbyist talked about it on behalf of the Medical Association, somebody from the Hospital Association talked on behalf of it. And then we sat down. They said, anybody here who wants to speak neutral capacity? Nobody got it. And I'm about ready to say, okay. And then they said, anybody wants to speak in opposition? Half the room's. And the first person to speak was an attorney from Scotts Bluff. And I'm thinking, why did this guy drive 500 miles to speak about it? And the next person was from attorney from Northern Nebraska. I mean, the first attorney who spoke said, we just raised this 5 years ago. This was a negotiated process we went through, and we were promised if we increased it then, this wouldn't be revisited for at least a decade. Who had the institutional knowledge of this? Not the lobbyist for the Medical Association, not me, not my staff, which was shame on us for not going back and looking at the history. This speaks to this issue. We also found out that it happened to be the day that the state bar was meeting and their officers were. Your turn. There was a line of people lined up to come across the street into the hearing, almost. And one of the committee members, after we adjourned, got up and putting together, just freshman senator, and I just been beaten into the ground. And he got to be a good friend, but he said, Mike, I'm gonna do you a little favor. I'm gonna make sure this bill doesn't get out of this. But he was right. I mean, there had been agreements, and if there was this much anger at the hearing, it didn't have a chance of doing anything on the floor. There's a case of information, lack of information, and don't trust the lobbyist who comes to you with this. Do your own research on bills before you say, yeah, I'd like to take that bill. I'm excited about it. There are two parts to every story, and I haven't done my research.
Always ask who's on the other side. Always.
And maybe even talk to somebody on the other side. Right?
Yeah.
So, any other words of wisdom to share as we're wrapping up?
Don't take too many bills your freshman year. Back on.
What's too many?
Any committee.
You won't be allowed to take more than 20.
Don't take too many.
Don't take too many bills, because you're gonna get offered all kinds of bills to handle. And
Give me context.
Oh.
What's too many?
I think 3 or 4 would be plenty.
I think the most I ever took, and this includes when I was part of the committee, is you'll take on bills for the committee, it's probably 10.
I want a little above that. but-
There were people who had 50 bills.
Yes, there was
I didn't
one
go
senator
crazy.
with 50 bills. And his comment was, I think since people are the second house of the legislature, anybody who wants a bill introduced, I'll introduce a bill for them.
So I just want to tell a quick story. My first year, I was sent to the University of Virginia at Darden to go to an emerging leaders forum. And the speaker nominated me to go to that. And we read all sorts of things on leadership and all sorts of things on, you know, we read Plato and different things. So at the end of this 3-day conference, there were 50 of us, either a representative or a senator from every state. So we sat in sort of a circle area and they said, okay, what did you do this year? And literally, I mean, so everybody was a first year. So about 3 people or somebody said, oh, well, I was really lucky because I got to help the minority whip. And we passed out the testimony to various representatives for them to say on the floor. And that went down a little farther and somebody else said, oh, well, I got to help the majority whip. And we actually wrote some of the things that the senators were going to say on the floor. And it went a little farther and somebody said, oh, well, I got to work with the speaker and we moved people around to the committees that we wanted according to the votes that he or she wanted. And it got to me and I'm like, I had 10 bills, 5 of them passed. I co-sponsored 20. And literally there was an audible silence. And somebody then said, well, because the speaker let you. And the answer is no. You walk in day one, I didn't have a plan. All sorts of people came to me, lobbyists, citizens, you know, nonprofits, all sorts of people come in, pitch you their ideas. I went through culled through the ones for which I thought I could be the best advocate and went forward. And the speaker, once you get on a committee, you stay there for 2 years, and unless some weird thing happens. And then in 2 years, they go through the whole rigmarole and you have some seniority and you might be able to get to what you want. But again, it's an amazing thing here at Tina Campbell. And I just hope that you understand the nonpartisanship. We still do not have the parties involved. That's important because if you're making a vote just because the party is telling you to do something, that's not what you're there for. That's not what the people of Nebraska want. Whether it's Democratic, Republican, whatever it is, you have to go there with your own sense of worth and understanding of who you are and how you're going to live after you get out of those 8 years. So anyway.
Thank you. I think that is a great note to close on. So, thank you so much to each of you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mikayla Findlay. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm one of 10 budget analysts in the Legislative Fiscal Office under our director, Keisha, who spoke to you this morning. So just to clear up a little bit about the Fiscal Office, we work for all the senators. We have a special focus on the Appropriations Committee. We work for them a lot, very closely. But we work for all the senators. And we also work for the public as well. And I also have a lot of communication with nonprofit groups and lobbyist groups. So we're always happy to talk to you, help you with your bills, if you have any fiscal questions. Personally, I'm originally from Lincoln and I just wrapped up my 2nd session. So almost 2 years for the legislature, but I do have experience throughout the state government. Mentioned earlier, I came from the Department of Revenue to the Fiscal Office, but before I also worked for the department. And I do have a little experience in the healthcare nonprofit sector as well. So thank you to OpenSky Director Firestone and my colleague Rosna in health policy. She handed out some of my slides and also my business card on there. OpenSky has an excellent publication, primer over there called A Healthy Nebraska. And that goes very much into detail, a lot more than I can provide today. It's very well done and I refer to it. Check that out. So first I'll do an overview of the department. Typically it's called DHHS, Department of Health and Human Services, is the full name. So with close to $6 billion in expenditures for state fiscal year 23, it's one of the largest, if not the largest agencies in the state. The leader of the agency is currently Dr. Stephen Corsi, who was appointed last summer and confirmed this session. He has a background in both public and private leadership in the social services sector in both Wyoming and Missouri. Here in Nebraska, DHHS is composed of 5 divisions, some of which were separate agencies before they combined in the 90s to be this massive department that we call DHHS. The vast majority of the operations, in Keisha's slide, operations for DHHS is a pretty big chunk. They're all in the same program, and it's over 3,000 full-time employees for the department. So all that administrative is kind of in the same program. But they have different divisions as well. So the aid is mostly broken out by division. So public health is composed of a wide variety of programs that support local public health departments, federally qualified health centers, and direct programs for citizens to support their health. Behavioral health division supports the 6 behavioral health regions statewide, and they provide services for substance abuse and mental health for Nebraskans, mostly un and underinsured Nebraskans the region serve. The Department of Developmental Disabilities administers the home and community-based services waivers through Medicaid, which serve individuals with special health care needs. So developmental disabilities is DD, frequently here referred to as that. Recently, the administration, the governor's office, the department is a code agency, so it's directly answers to the governor. They announced that they're eliminating the DD wait list. So we are monitoring that rollout, and we do expect legislation on that subject next year to kind of clear things up for how that's gonna go.
Questions about that?
Yeah, and I was gonna mention at the beginning, I hope you write down questions so I can get through all my stuff, but I do want to answer questions. CFS, Children and Family Services, is a very large program. It includes child welfare programs that oversee children in the custody of the state, foster care, kids in foster care. It also runs the YRTC's Youth Rehabilitation and Treatment Centers, and administers economic assistance programs. So ADC is a TANF program, Aid to Dependent Children and Families. There's other TANF programs, but that's in CFS. So Medicaid and long-term care is the largest individual budget program within the agency, maybe in the state, but it will be the focus of most of my presentation today. So nearly 20% of the state's general funds go to Medicaid, and that's over $1 billion of state general funds are dedicated to that, and it keeps growing over time. So it is a very large chunk of money. So what we have here is a pie chart of the agency, DHHS appropriations. This is all fund type. So this is federal funds, general funds, and cash funds. And you can see Medicaid here. This is Medicaid expansion. And so this one is the CHIP program. So combined, they make up over 65% of the agency's appropriations. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the history of Medicaid. So Congress created Medicaid in 1965, and it's a joint partnership between the federal government and states to provide a safety net for medical care for low-income persons. All 50 states have Medicaid, even though participation is not required. Beyond the minimum mandated coverage, states are allowed to design and administer their own programs within a patchwork of complex federal guidelines. The Medicaid program is the payer of last resort. So in the example of dual eligible people, an older person who is both on Medicare and Medicaid, Medicare pays first, and whatever Medicare doesn't pay for, if they're also on Medicaid, qualify for Medicaid, Medicaid picks up the rest. So they're the payer of last resort. The Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP, is it was originally created in 1998 and expanded Medicaid coverage for children. So using the family income, children can qualify for Medicaid. It depends on their age and each age group, and really there's different ways they can qualify depending on your circumstances, and the eligibility guidelines are very clear in the OpenSky publication, if you have questions about that. But for families whose income is higher than Medicaid, level, but lower than 213% of the federal poverty level, the kids in that family can qualify for CHIP. And so a CHIP kid and a Medicaid kid, programmatically, the services are identical. There's no difference between that. 213% of the federal poverty level is currently for a family of 4, $77,000 a year, almost $78,000 a year. For a 2-person family, and this is the CHIP level, so the kids would get it, but the parents would not qualify. For a 2-person family, parent and kid, the income threshold is $43,560 a year. Yeah. So those, that's CHIP. Additionally, we have CHIP 599, which in Nebraska was implemented in 2012. The bill number was 599, that's why it's called that. And so it has a different set of income requirements. They all have a little bit different, but it provides coverage for the unborn children of pregnant women who are otherwise ineligible for Medicaid, potentially due to their citizen status. And it covers prenatal care and pregnancy-related services for the health of the unborn child. So in 2014, the Affordable Care Act, which passed in 2010 at the federal level, provided states authority to expand Medicaid eligibility for low-income adults ages 19 to 64. So adults don't have to be part of a family group. You could just be a single adult and you can qualify for Medicaid through expansion. So due to a vote of the people here in Nebraska in 2018, which was the result of a petition ballot initiative, Medicaid coverage is available to Nebraska citizens and permanent residents who earn up to 133% of the federal poverty level. For a single person, that's about $20,000 a year. It's $20,040 a year for a person, a single adult. So there's different levels, you know, for that. A family is a higher level. So the implementation of expansion was October 1st, 2020. And coverage includes services like doctor's office visits, hospital visits, prescription drugs, dental, and vision benefits. So during the COVID-19 public health emergency, often referred to as PHE, public health emergency, COVID, the federal government had an interest in ensuring people had healthcare coverage and decided to prohibit states from disenrolling individuals from Medicaid as long as the public health emergency was in effect. So newly qualifying individuals and families could come on to Medicaid, but nobody was allowed to come off of Medicaid during the public health emergency. And the redeterminations usually happen annually. Those were put on pause during COVID. So to compensate for this added expense of having to keep people on Medicaid, the feds offered an enhancement, more money to compensate for that rule. So peak enrollment during, you know, we kept adding more and more people on Medicaid. It peaked out just under 400,000 enrollees here in Nebraska. Yeah. So in February 2023, the Federal Health and Human Services Secretary gave a 90-day notice to prepare for the unwinding of the public health emergency. Nebraska began the process of redetermining eligibility for all Medicaid enrollees in March of 2023, meaning that the first people to come off of Medicaid, that occurred in May 2023. And states were required to evenly distribute the reevaluations of all of their enrollees over a 14-month period. So they couldn't build it up in the beginning and do everybody at the beginning. It had to be evenly dispersed throughout the 14-month period. And we're finally wrapping that up. And there is the department, DHHS did put a dashboard together for unwinding. So we could talk about that later if anybody's interested. And they also did a stair step down of the enhancement. So that was phased out rather than just cut off completely. But I think we are at the end of that now. So we're coming to the end of unwinding. So because Nebraska implemented our expansion in the middle of the public health emergency, October of 2020 is when that started. There's no historical data on which to use to base utilization estimates for the future of Medicaid utilization. And it makes forecasting Medicaid, at least at this time, impossible because we've never had expansion without the public health emergency. Medicaid is an entitlement program, so the state is obligated to fund the program as long as the people qualify. The state is on the hook to pay for the cost of services. So unlike other state-funded programs that it can be cut in times of budget shortfalls, Medicaid costs typically increase when the economy is in downturn because more individuals qualify. So you have increased costs of one of the biggest budget programs that we have. So next I have some charts. This is the population on Medicaid. The top line, you have kids who qualify for regular Medicaid. So their family, based on their family income, is low enough to qualify the family for Medicaid. You also have this green line there's a couple lines here that kind of track together, but the green line is CHIP children. No. The red line is CHIP children. So the CHIP kids and the Medicaid kids together are about 50% of the total population. It's mostly kids. And we do actually, kids are cheaper.
50% of the population, the children in Nebraska?
No, 50% of all the people on Medicaid.
Okay, sorry.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the second highest population, this line here, is adults who qualify based on being aged, blind, or disabled, and that's pretty steady. You saw before the pandemic, it's sat at around 80,000. So we don't really know what to expect in the future, but that's how it was up until the pandemic. The green line shows the disabled population on Medicaid, very stable. And so is those who are aged only. Those two are both very stable. But the most interesting line is obviously the red line, that's expansion. So it started in October of 2020 and kept going up until you see that bump. That was the spring of last year. So 1 year ago, they started the unwind. So you're starting to see that go down. We would expect to see a leveling off. But you also see this see the kids, there's a little bump in the kids. So during the unwind, about 100,000 people were kicked off of Medicaid and 2/3 were kept on. So we still, we had about 400,000 and 100,000 were kicked off. That's 300,000. But we have more than that because new people, new families were coming on during the unwind. So you do see a little bit of a bump there. So we hope to have more steady numbers going forward that we can at least forecast on. This is expenditures. It really varies month to month how much the state spends on Medicaid. And this is all funding. So you got general funds, federal funds, those are the primary, but it's together on this chart. So multi-million dollars, over $100 million spent every month on Medicaid. So, you got anomalies, high and low, but trending up overall. The red is expansion. So those are the adults who qualify via expansion. You got variability for them too, and it is less. And we'll talk about the fund mix next. So, federal partners. You see this a lot. CMS is the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and it's the federal agency, and they provide healthcare to more than 160 million Americans nationwide through Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and the Marketplace, which was established by ACA. CMS works in partnership with the entire healthcare community to improve quality, equity, and outcomes in the healthcare system. The federal Department of Health and Human Services oversees CMS. So each state has to have their individual state Medicaid program state plan approved by CMS. And most changes to the state plan require submission and approval of a state plan amendment, SPA, state plan amendment. And then you could also have a waiver. A Medicaid waiver would also need to be approved by CMS to be enacted. Waiver allows the state to waive some requirements for the needs, to meet the needs of individuals on Medicaid, so waiving some. Nearly all states and DC offer services through the Home and Community-Based Services Waiver, HCBS, DD waiver mostly. Nationwide, there's 257 different waiver programs, but in Nebraska, we have 5. So we have the aged and disabled waiver, the traumatic brain injury waiver, comprehensive developmental disabilities adult day program, and pretty new this year is the family support waiver. As a state, we also frequently have to submit, the agency on behalf of the state submits a SPA, state plan amendment, to have CMS approve programmatic changes based in order to implement legislation that the legislature passes to modify Medicaid coverage. So FMAP, this is a term you want to know. Federal Medical Assistance Percentage, FMAP. So the map shows nationwide. Get into that a little bit. The FMAP determines how much CMS contributes to our state Medicaid program. And FMAPs apply to the federal fiscal year, which is different than the state fiscal year. Who can tell me when the state fiscal year starts? July, yay, yes. So it is 1 quarter shifted. So what we have to do is kind of show a blended FMAP if you want to look at the state fiscal year. So you just take a quarter, lots of math. I'll do that for you if you want. So it at a federal, so CMS the feds put out the FMAPs, and it's computed from a formula which takes into the average per capita income for each state relative to the national average. So it's inversely proportional to their income. So states with high personal and average personal incomes compared to the national average have lower FMAPs. So the lighter colored states have the lower FMAPs. Personal income data is lagged. So for fiscal year 24, federal fiscal year 24, they look at the 3 years of 2020, 2021, and 2022. So they put those 3 years income together to come up with the FMAP for 2024. By law, the FMAP can't be lower than 50%. So the states always kick in at least half for people on Medicaid. On average, the federal share for all states is around 57%. We in Nebraska really do fall in that average. You see, we're like medium blue, so we're pretty average.
So I'm just making sure I understand that. This represents the amount of federal money that goes to the percentage of Medicaid that the federal government pays to each state.
Yes, so the states, let's just assume this light blue is 50, let's just assume 50. So for people, for the Medicaid program in California, the feds pay half.
Gotcha, that's what I was.
Yep. So this is the Nebraska FMAP, regular FMAP for fiscal year 24, 58.6%. In fiscal year 20, the prior year, it was 57.87, so it was lower. So it went up less than 1%. We shifted $20 million away from the state funds to federal funds because the FMAP went up. The FMAP went up, so we had to the feds put in more. So we had to put in less as a state, which was awesome. That's always great. So we didn't have to put as much, so we took it away. Unfortunately, it's gonna go down. So it's definitely gonna go down in fiscal, this is 24, it's definitely gonna go down in 25. Federal fiscal year 25 FMAP for Nebraska is 57.52. So it's going down at least as much as it went up. So we'll shift that, and not to raise any alarms, but in 26, it's estimated to go down again. So just keep in mind, that's really something the state doesn't control. And we obviously discuss it with the appropriations committee. It's a pretty big deal, and it doesn't really have the legislature doesn't really have any control over it, right? The state has an obligation, it's an entitlement program, so we have to pay it. So it's just something to keep in mind.
And that's from that bump coming down.
No, this is just regular. The enhancement wasn't on top of that. So we've actually been getting an extra 6% on top of that. I kind of left that out. That's okay, but the good question. But we have been getting it and we're not getting it anymore. So since we're not getting it anymore, I just included it. But the chip FMAP is higher. The feds pay more for those chip kids, around over 70%. They kick in more. And also for expansion, that population, 90% the feds pay. And originally, the states that got on board with the expansion, they were paying 100%. So that was, yep, for the expansion population. So that was phased down, you know, the early implementing states, they got 100 at the beginning. And then over time, it went down to 90, which is where it's at now. And there's really no anticipated lowering of that. And yeah, so we only pay 10%. So
We only pay 10% of the Medicaid expansion.
right, so this is, we only pay 10% general funds, 90% of these expenditures are federally funded.
Gotcha.
And so that's another consideration when I'm doing fiscal notes. If you have a program and it's for all Medicaid to do a new service, right? If some of the population is gonna be expansion, some of it's gonna be regular, more blending, right? We're gonna get, and it depends, right? So maybe half are gonna be expansion. It just depends on the service. So if it's like adults, like a pregnancy thing, maybe it's gonna be more adults. So, but if it's kids, then we might not take take expansion into effect, but you'll take the chip percentage and blend that. So. Okay. Yes, I think that's all for that slide. This is my last slide and then I will have time for questions. Hope you have more. So these are a few items that are like leftovers that are still important. So MCO is a very hot term, both in Nebraska and nationwide, and it stands for Managed Care Organization. In Nebraska, we first implemented MCOs, it was called Heritage Health, and it first began in 2017. And today we have 3 different managed care organization providers. You have United, Molina, and Nebraska Total Care. Molina is the new one this year, so you might have heard some like rough waters on onboarding. Some providers don't get paid, they're not. I've heard that, so there's been a little bit of trouble in paradise for them, but they're getting on board and it's getting better and stuff. So each of the MCOs operates their program a little bit differently, but they all require to have a minimum service level. So connected to the standards, the minimum standards are the minimum required provider rates. So the department issues fee schedules, so those are the minimum rates, and then so in order to serve Medicaid clients and get reimbursed from the state, providers have to become credentialed under Medicaid, and then they have to enroll in these MCO programs. They have to, you know, sign up and get on board. So there might have been a little loophole, not loophole, but a little friction in onboarding some of the providers with Molina. There are various agreements that providers have with each of the MCOs. The provider rates aren't exactly the same between the 3, but they're always required to be the minimum set out by the department in the fee schedule. MCOs are contractually limited to no more than 2% profit. So these are pretty big companies, you know, this is just part of their thing, part of their business in overall, but they're limited to 2% profit taking in for, you know, each of these. Any excess profit is remitted back to the state, and then the state returns the federal portion to the feds, that FMAP breakdown. And then the state funds that we get excess profit wise are deposited into a cash fund called the Medicaid Managed Care Excess Profit Fund. Very popular fund this past legislative session. I dealt a lot with that because they didn't want to use general legislatures. The senators didn't want to use general funds. Politically, they wanted to use cash funds. But ultimately, it's kind of problematic because you can only spend cash funds if they're available. And in recent years, these managed care organizations have had large excess profit. Tens of millions of dollars in excess profit. So the money was there and it might not be there in the future. It might have been due to the FMAP enhancement due to the public health emergency. We just can't rely on that excess profit for reliable,
And that was a profit from the extra above and beyond the 2%.
maybe. That's the profit from the managed care organization.
Okay.
So I can't exactly say why, but I can say it is problematic to rely on that for future budgeting. The general fund will always be there, but the Medicaid managed care excess profit fund might run dry. And if that runs dry, those programs you funded out of that fund have no fund. So there's that. And then provider rates, always a very hot topic and subject of frequent discussion in the legislature. So in order to increase those fee schedules, increase the provider rates, DHHS requires additional appropriations to cover those increased costs. In calendar year 2023, the legislature for the FY 24-25 biennium voted in their budget to increase provider rates 3% for fiscal year 24, 2% for fiscal year 25. However, the 2% in 25 was vetoed for Medicaid. Arguments for provider rate increases typically include references to inflation and general increased costs of doing businesses. For some services, we frequently hear about dental, but other services too, mental health services. Providers argue that Medicaid rates are insufficient for providers to reach break even on services. So there will be no provider rate increases. We don't expect there to be provider rate increases in 25. I wanted to talk briefly about continuous eligibility of children. This, effective this year, 2024, the feds said, state, you are required to cover the kid for at least 12 months. So if the family's income rises, you can't kick them off at month 8. They have to stay on for that year. And so states previously had, that was optional for them to opt in, but now based on that new federal rule, states are required to do that regardless. They don't have the choice anymore. So I wanted to talk about this because a couple of years ago, there was a bill to do this, we wanted to do this continuous eligibility of children. The bill died, but the state still has to do it because there's always, this Medicaid program is very large and very complicated and there's always not moving rules, but the rules are always changing and developing over time. So that happened. And lastly, I want to talk about Hospital Quality Assurance and Assessment Act. So it was LB 1087. And if you go look at the fiscal note, there's an awesome flow chart that I did. It's excellent. No, but yes, it was my really my highlight of the session. Nerdy thing.
I wrote it down because I'm looking.
Yeah. It was actually a team effort. I didn't do it all by myself. But an assessment is a tax on hospitals. So the hospitals pay the funds, they pay their assessment, and their incentive for paying that assessment is the drawdown of all this federal money. And it is tied to quality, right? They have to meet a certain level of quality standards, but Nebraska is actually kind of late to the game in this. Many other states do this hospital assessment. And on whole, the hospitals are gonna put up plus or minus $500 million. So all the hospitals together, it's a certain rate, it's a certain percentage of the revenue that they pay in. And then that money is matched, not at the FMAP, different match, but that $500 million, anywhere from 1 to 1.5 billion new federal money will come in. And that money together will go back to the hospitals in the form of payments. So I'll get into the weeds with you guys because you're gonna be in the session, so. Actually, the hospitals get their payments first. The hospitals get their payments first, and then they have to pay their assessment at the end of the quarter. So this was a problem. Where's the money gonna come from? The state, the agency, the HHS is gonna front the money. Yes, they can do that within their budget. So they're gonna front the money, but at the end of the fiscal year, it's all gonna work out. So as long as they pay, right? As long as the hospitals pay. And we are very hopeful about this. We think it'll work. We don't have any reason to think it won't work, but it's gonna start in July this year. So the start of fiscal year 24-25 starts in July. So the hospitals are gonna get their money, and then at the end of the quarter in October, they're gonna pay. So part of this is not all of the hospitals could be winners, right? That's part of the rules. So some of the hospitals have to be losers, and it's not much of the hospitals, but some hospitals are going to pay more in their assessment than they're gonna get back in payments. Why are they gonna pay? Because they are part of hospital systems, and the hospital systems will win on whole. So, you all know your hospital
Your
system.
CHIs,
Yeah.
your Methodist.
Yeah. So that's how, that's that. So we're gonna get, that was a pretty big portion of the, federal money that was new, so we'll have to see. And we did estimate on the high end, so the $2 billion total is high end estimate. But it'll be more than 1 billion in federal money. So, I do wanna note, so that was kind of that was what was done this session. I don't wanna say in place, but in place of the energy was put towards this instead of towards provider rates. But not all Medicaid services are done through the hospitals, you got pharmacy, so the hospitals are gonna benefit, but not all Medicaid providers are gonna benefit. Dental did get a special provider rate increase, 12.5% is where that landed for dental. We also have a nursing facility assessment that is not new. This is brand new. We've been doing the nursing home thing for a while, and that did also go up, so they'll get more money for that. Some services in 2023, there were some child welfare services might get rate increases because, and DD too. DD was done with old money, so not new funding. Unspent prior appropriations were reallocated for the future provider rate increases. So it is really a patchwork. Provider rate increases are a patchwork, and they do try to maintain consistency because DHHS does provider services, but so do the courts. The courts do services for kids who are on probation. Adults who are on probation, they pay the medical expenses. You have questions?
What if they don't pay on time? Is there a penalty, or do you send in the FBI, or what do you do?
We're gonna have a problem if they don't pay. So it's pretty much gonna tank the whole thing. So we won't send in the FBI. It'll pretty much just ultimately they'll just have to stop doing it. And as they were passing 1087, they were like adding in some sunsets. I think the sunsets got taken out, but the point of the sunsets would be, let's see if this works, and then decide if we want to keep it. But I believe the sunsets were taken out. I was just joking. No.
Are there any differences between rural and urban hospitals who are like the winners versus losers?
So actually, the winners are the hospitals that serve more Medicaid
So potentially rural could get more.
Potentially, right.
Well, except for you have some urban facilities, it just depends on what anyway. I worked in hospitals for a long time, so sorry.
There are some of both, you know, some urban and rural that have high Medicaid and some that have low, so. There's not many losers, and all of the losers, and everybody's a winner, right, when you're bringing in that much money, but actually all of the systems are winners, so.
What about Medicaid reimbursement for education services? Is there anything like, so for example, I would say, from my perspective, with some of the stuff that I do, because we have through the school systems, whether they be rural or urban, provide a lot of extra services, therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapies, different kinds of stuff to our kids. Was there anything in there about Medicaid reimbursement for the school systems or anything new?
Nothing new, that is something I think is happening, the discussion on that is happening more at a federal level, than locally.
Yes.
At least in the
So
state.
it seems like it's like an untapped resource.
Yes.
Like the school districts, so all of your guys' school districts are
Right.
covering a lot more of these costs than they need to be doing, which is driving up our costs in the school. So anyway, that's just something to really think about, and to look at when we're talking about Medicaid reimbursement. When I went to Governor Pillen's town hall, because I asked him about some things about reimbursement, and he says that that the state of Nebraska was going to go for more reimbursements from the federal government. So that was from his horse's mouth, not horse's mouth, hog's mouth.
The DD wait list and sort of what's the plan for phasing out the wait list?
There's a website, the department has put out a website, and the website has some frequently asked questions. The department has put some timelines on the website. But like I said earlier, we do expect legislation to be brought on behalf of the agency to update statutes, because statutes, there's some things in statute they will have to modify in order to do this. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and the legislature was not kind of clued into this, that they were doing it. I mean, there's always been like a push to eliminate the wait list, right? But now that they're doing it, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and there has been communication that no one's allotment, no one's dollars, their budget is gonna be reduced, that currently gets a budget, but we don't know, and there's a new assessment coming out to determine how much the people coming in off the wait list are gonna get. We'll see, there's unspent funding, right? There's 18 million in unspent that was previously appropriated money, and there's also a big pot of money sitting in a cash fund that came directly to the department through ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act money, for home and community-based services, so that might be spent on it, but we do expect to see more money.
All right, so
They need more money.
work in progress. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to get into the next area of specialized expertise, which is also a large part of the state budget, and that is K-12 finance. So I'm gonna ask Connie Knoche to come up and join us, and I will get your slides up, Connie, and we will dive into what is TIOSA, how does it work, how does the state pay for schooling?
I don't think she has enough.
We're gonna.
I have
see if we
faith.
can land the wheel. All right. Did you get a clip? Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Okay, as I mentioned before, I've worked at the Department of Education, and I've been in schools working in the business office, and been around this legislation for a while. And so I wanted to show you with the TIOSA formula, which is the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act, that the issues that we're having today have been here for a long time. And they come back and they're not necessarily new ideas, but they're ideas that circle around and come back into the formula. So in 1967, there was a law that was called the School Foundation and Equalization Act. And they provided funding with equalization aid, foundation aid, and incentive. And we've done all of those things again as we go forward. But at that time, that's what it was. And their goal was to have 40% funding, and they never quite reached that from the state. And in fact, even today, they've not reached that yet either. So that's always an issue. And the thing with school districts, when we talk about property taxes, they're the largest, or one of the largest entities in your tax bill. If you look at it, how much they take. So we care about education, we care about our kids, and we also care about how much we have to pay in property taxes. So that's always an issue. So in the 80s, the end of the 1980s, there were significant tax rate disparities. There were some districts that had levies of 50 cents all the way to $2.75. I mean, it was all over the board. And so that was a big issue because if you live in one county and the land across the road is in another, they're paying less taxes on the same land as what you're paying. And that caused people to be upset because obviously that's a problem. So there were significant differences in how the students were being funded on a per pupil basis. So that was an issue also. And Craig mentioned about how we didn't have a sales tax for a period of time because the voters rejected a school consolidation measure and increased sales tax. So that was all part of what was going on in 1988. And that led to the creation of the School Finance Review Commission. Now, we have brought bills every year to the legislature, or we have asked senators to introduce bills to have a school finance review again. This was an actual study where they hired a firm to do that, and they made recommendations to the state what they should do. What the senators in the last 10 years have been doing is they study it themselves, and then they decide what the next step would be. So what our formula has now is we have our basic state aid formula, but then it changes every year a little bit, because they want to make these changes without maybe necessarily seeing what would be like the best type of education for the students in the state. So the recommendations from this committee was to dedicate 20% of the state income tax revenue to public schools and to increase the level of state support to 45%. To implement an equalization-based aid formula and to limit the growth of school district budgets. So they were gonna provide more state funding, but then they wanted to limit how much schools could spend because they wanted it to have property tax relief at that time. So they wanted to be able to fund school finance on an ongoing and sustainable basis with increases in sales taxes and income tax or both. So LB 1059 is the major school finance bill that passed in 1989, and we still use a similar type formula today. So our state aid formula that we have currently, our equalization formula, is over 30 years old. And so that's why we believe it's a good idea to perhaps look at the formula again and redo it and really focus on what's important for the people of Nebraska. What do you want your education system to do? So LB 1059 created the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act. It raised state sales tax and income tax rates to broaden financial support to schools. Anytime they come in and want to change the state aid formula, you have to infuse more money into it so that it's not painful to the schools to have a difference in revenue. So it's something that happens when they review the formulas. But back in when 1059 was passed, that was a major bill, changed how schools financed in Nebraska. So today, the state sources of revenue account for 1.6 billion, 34% of the cost of the total revenue that schools received in 22-23. And state revenue includes homestead exemption, the property tax credit, right motor vehicle, and a portion. State aid is the largest of the state funding portion, and $1 billion of that, or 25% of total revenue for schools, is from state aid, which is that equalization formula we talked about, where you look at needs minus resources, is equalization aid. Okay, so the sources of funding for K-12 in the formula, or no, just for K-12 education, is property taxes, main source of revenue, motor vehicle taxes, and other local sources. And then they receive federal funding, which is IDEA, categorical grants, impact aid, those type of things. So really the only money, schools can't raise revenue. The only money they get is from local sources or federal sources in the state. That's the three sources of revenue they have. So if you cut one end, you have to raise the other end. And so they all function together. And in recent years, the federal government has cut some of the funding to public schools. And for the state share of funding for public schools, it's kind of maintained pretty much at the same level for quite some time. And so that's why property taxes have gone up for K-12 schools, because they don't have any other way to generate revenue. So that has been the big discussion, and it continues to be the big discussion with education finance. So the formula, when they passed this in 1989, it was intended to reduce school districts' heavy reliance on property taxes. And it was complex because it wanted to address the needs of all of the students that are in the 244 school districts that we have in the state. So equalization aid concept is the needs minus resources. This is your equalization aid. And needs are, the main source of needs is what we call basic funding, and it's how much it costs to operate a school district. And then there's allowances in the state aid formula that are specific to certain school districts. It includes poverty, limited English proficiency, transportation, special education, all of those type of things that are unique to that school district. So the formula looks at, what it costs you to operate, to open your doors through this basic funding mechanism. Then it looks at these allowances that are specific to your district and counts those as needs in the formula as well. And then the resources in our state aid formula, we use what's called an adjusted valuation, which is assessed value that's been adjusted so that everybody's on the same level. Because when you go from county to county, their rates their valuation levels differ. So they try to stabilize that, and then they call this a local effort rate in the form of resources. And then we have net option funding. And net option funding is school choice for public school students, where you choose, if you live in Lincoln, whether you want to go to Malcolm to school, you can opt into Malcolm public schools. But because Malcolm, if they accept this child into their school, they don't get the property tax revenue because that child comes from Lincoln. So then the state provides net option funding to that district to pay for net option funding. And then we have a thing called allocated income tax. If you remember, we mentioned that the school finance formula wanted to provide 20% of the income back to the school districts where it was generated. That's what we call the allocated income tax. So the basic funding, as I talked about, it's a comparison. You look at the 10 schools that are bigger than you, the 10 schools that are smaller, and then you take out the high and the low spenders in the districts, and then you get an average of those remaining. And then that's how they figure out this is what it costs to open your doors to have a school district. So they calculate that in the formula, and that's really the main part of what the needs are. But it helps to spread out, to smooth the spending between schools and make sure students have educational opportunities that are equal as possible. And I mentioned about the yield from local upper rate. When we adjust value, there's a range of value for residential property and agricultural property. So it varies between counties in this range. But what adjusted valuation does is puts everybody at 96% of actual value and ag land at 72%. So that's what they call adjusted value. You may have heard in different debates on school finance that they talk about adjusting valuation rates, where ag land, if it goes up 300%, you know, maybe that needs to be adjusted down. So because they can't get equalization aid if it shows they have so much resources. So if you lower valuation in the formula, then more state aid would go to these schools. So that's something that happens or that they talk about quite often, and I'm sure you've heard that.
There's a lot of talks.
There's a lot of talk, and the thing too is that it's not new talk. It's been around a long time. So if you've been
That's
around
what I was surprised by. I was like, this has been going on for decades.
decades, and I'm sure when we're all gone, it'll still be an issue.
Right. Unless we just close all the, no.
I know, yeah. So I mentioned about net option funding. So this is a way, so if a child is coming from another school district, goes to your school district, you get net option funding, and currently it's $11,600 per student. That would follow that kid. If you have more students opting into your school than leaving your school, you get net option funding. So that's, one of the biggest recipients of net option funding is Westside Public Schools. They have a lot of kids coming into their school district, so they have more coming in than they have leaving. So most of what they get, they're not a very big area, so they don't get a lot of value.
They're landlocked and they have a lot of nonprofit in their
Right.
district.
Yeah, so then they can't tax on any of that, so they need the net option funding to be able to operate. And then I talked about the allocated income tax. That's where the taxes that are collected from your county go back to the school in the county. It was 20% when they passed this LB 1059. They quickly found that that was more than the state could afford to put that money into schools. So now it's at 2.23%. So it's significantly lower, but in the formula, when you look at the funding for schools, allocated income tax goes to the school district regardless of whether they're equalized or not. So it doesn't matter what your needs or resources are, that money is going to the school district. So as we have this equalization formula, when you take needs minus resources for equalization aid, there are many school districts, a lot of them rural school districts, that have so much land valuation that the formula doesn't recognize that they have a need for money from the state. So they are non-equalized school districts. But again, every school district does receive state aid, because if you have option students and you have more coming in than leaving, you get an option funding, and everybody gets allocated income tax. So foundation. And now foundation aid is another thing that they did.
Sorry.
No, that's
I live in this so much.
I know.
During legislative session, and I do apologize, but we meet every week to talk about public education funding. Yes, and we talk about every bill that comes forward, and so for the last 6 years, I've just been following this every week during the legislature, and it just feels like it's ingrained into my system.
It comes up every year. It's not.
It is the same, yes, it's the same thing, so I do apologize.
Would you have a question?
Yes, just off the top, what do you know of school district that is a non-equalized school district? Talk about West South, just he didn't find 12. Do you have a school district on the top that does not receive equalization aid?
Website doesn't get equalization aid. It's one of them, and then I believe there's a school called Adams Central, which is, they don't get equalization aid. Yeah, because they get a lot of kids going from Hastings into Adams Central, which is a rural school district. So that rural school district has a lot of money in valuation that they can draw on for these kids. Plus they get option funding for the kids that come into there. There's another school, it's called Northwest Public Schools at Grand Island. They are again, a school district that surrounds Grand Island, and it has rural valuation that they can levy taxes on, plus they get option money that goes to them for the kids that go from Grand Island to. So there are pockets, and there's a lot of rural school districts that don't get any equalization aid. There's like Kennesaw in Adams County. There's almost every county has a school that doesn't get any. And I think South Platte Public Schools in Omaha or that area also is not equalized. So it's interesting how that works. So equalized versus non-equalized. Equalized schools tend to be mostly urban or tribal land districts. They're near or at their maximum levy. School districts have a maximum levy of $1.05 per $100 of value. So most of these urban schools are at that max or even above that amount when they're levying their taxes. And their needs are greater than their resources despite receiving equalization aid. So when you're landlocked, like Westside is, or all the urban districts, I guess in Lincoln, they're not landlocked because as the city annexes land, it becomes part of the tax base in Lincoln Public Schools. So they're not in the same position as many of the schools are in Douglas County or any other.
Well, and like Victor and I are in Bellevue and we are landlocked and we have a lot of federal land because of Offutt. So you
can't tax on
you
that,
can't
yeah.
tax that. You can't tax federal land. So every district really has its own unique kind
They
of,
do.
but so.
Yeah, and that's why the state aid formula does try to address these things to fix that. So the non-equalized schools are mostly rural agricultural districts. They have a high dependency on property taxes. And the state isn't contributing additional aid to them. So studies have shown that states that rely heavily on property taxes to fund schools tend to have large gaps across the districts in the amount of money that is spent per pupil and to educate the kids. Nebraska's formula attempts to equalize resources by sending more state money to those districts that have less property value. Hence the needs minus resources is equalization aid. But even after the state support is included, districts with high property values are able to spend twice as much as districts that don't have a lot of property value. So there's that discrepancy that the formula tries to address because it says, you know, we have these needs as students, these are the resources. If you don't have enough resources for your kids, then we'll come in and the state will contribute more. But, you know, the formula is 30 years old. And so there are things that perhaps maybe need to be looked at again. And they do come in almost every year trying to make a little bit of tweak here and there just to try to address the issues. What tends to happen is they don't wait long enough for it to happen and they want like immediate change. They want immediate. And of course, that's, you know, that's what you hear from your constituents. They want property tax relief. And, you know, so the legislature is trying to help with that, but we run into some problems. So this is just a comparison and it's interesting to see the difference that we have in the state of Nebraska. But the average assessed value per pupil for the top 20% of property value in the state is $3.5 million. So, and then the lowest is of the bottom 20%. That includes Omaha, Lincoln. You know, the value per student is $644,000. So there's a big difference between what you can levy, what a penny will levy in a district that has that much money per student opposed to, you know, so which is why you need some kind of a state aid formula to address the differences in all of the schools across the state.
Even in Sarpy County, a penny in a levy in Bellevue is worth half as much as a penny on a levy in Papillion, which is just two, and that is both urban districts. I mean, that's why when we talk about each district is so unique, you know, you really, even when they share a border, they have very different needs.
Right, and you can have a house right across the street from that district and you're paying something different in taxes, so.
You can have a house in Bellevue and you're in two different school districts. You can have a house in Bellevue and there's four different school districts in Bellevue. So when you talk about, it's so complicated, and I know again, I get, but it is so complicated. And it's me talking about Bellevue is just where I live, but working with different school districts around the state, like every school district has their own story. So
I do. So the average levy, when you're looking at the schools across the state, so the ones that have the most valuation per student have the lowest levies. And the ones that have the least valuation per student have the highest levies. So there's that difference. And then the general fund property taxes levy per student differs because, you know, when you have a lot of land value, you collect a lot more on your levies compared to what you can collect when you're landlocked. So we have those issues and equalization aid. The districts that have the most value per student don't receive equalization aid in our formula because their resources are so high. And then spending per student is a lot different. You're in a district that has maybe 90 kids in your whole school district, and you have all of this valuation for the property, you're spending more per student to educate those students. Versus if you are, you don't have a lot of valuation, maybe your state aid goes up and down or whatever. They do have economies of scale when you're in a larger school district, so they can provide services for students at a much lower rate than we can in rural Nebraska. Another thing to note is that there have been over the years consolidation bills where they want schools to consolidate, but overwhelmingly taxpayers don't want that. Or most of the taxpayers that live in town don't want that because that's the lifeblood of the town. If you take that school out of their town will die. So they don't want to do that. Also, they may be rivals with the other school district that's 10 miles away and they don't want to go to school with those people. Yeah. So the state has tried to incentivize consolidation. It does happen sometimes, but it's not something they do willingly or, so if you think about the issues with school finance, maybe if more schools were together as opposed to having all of these different schools, maybe the levies would be different. Maybe you wouldn't pay as much in taxes, but that's just a local choice. And when it comes to consolidation, it's hard to, not as easy as you would think.
Can't even change school boundaries without getting a big blow up at your local school district, even moving it within the same area.
And try changing your mascot, that's horrible.
Yeah.
You can see it happens in rural Nebraska though, too. There
It has to
different
happen.
cities.
Yeah.
Where they have consolidated and towns have lost their schools, there's nothing there anymore. Population has decreased, the houses are all falling apart.
Who's gonna move into that
Right.
city? Who's gonna
Yeah.
move into that
And you
town?
can't educate your kids when you're
So
there.
these are all issues you're gonna have. So there are differences in per pupil costs for school districts. So the average per pupil cost for the whole state is $16,214, but it actually ranges. The lowest per pupil cost is Miller Public Schools in 22-23, which is $12,017 per student. But the highest is a Native American school that is $50,000 per student. So there's a big difference. And when you try to get a formula to address all of these needs of kids and all of the resources and things like that, it is very difficult. And well, they don't have a lot of students and they have to get, the teachers to come to work there to, and the services that they need. So it's
Transportation's a big cost
Yeah.
for these schools.
Is there just one school in that, or there's multiple schools?
and then in the Native American
Yeah,
schools.
well, the Son.
Yeah, there is. There's multiple schools close to each other, but again, there's the boundary thing and,
They only have 193 students.
Yeah. Yeah, and it does cost more to operate a school with not as many students. Millard has 22,000 students, so you can have economies of scale there that are not able. And even if you consolidated these schools, you would never get that many kids in school in that area because it's just.
And don't forget, we have an obligation in the state of Nebraska to educate every child in the state.
And
You can't not educate them.
Yeah, and there has been substantial consolidation
over the years.
And we were at what, 2,500 districts at one
Yeah,
point?
well, we used to have class 1 school districts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the big thing that happened in 2023, so we still have our state aid formula, the equalization aid that has been there for a long time. But now they introduced the Education Future Fund with a bill that was passed in 2023, where it was the intent of the bill that was passed was to fully fund equalization aid, and then also to reimburse for special education costs at 80%. Right now, the state is reimbursing at about 61% of the cost for special education. So if you're a school district that has students with special needs or whatever, you're spending a lot of your dollars just to provide the services for the kids with special needs. And so the state now has this Education Future Fund where they put $1 billion into it. And you hear the governor talk about this $1 billion going to schools. So they have this Education Future Fund where it's supposed to fund equalization aid and then reimburse at 80% for special education. And it also provides foundation aid. So in the beginning of the presentation, I talked about the foundation aid, equalization aid that they had way back then. They brought back foundation. So what that means is they provide $1,500 per student. No matter what your needs or resources are, you get this $1,500 per student.
And how long is that 1 billion supposed to last?
We're putting more into it.
Yeah, so with the Education Future Fund there, it was $1 billion appropriation to start with. And a commitment to add $250 million each year within this budget, within this biennium, and then the next, there's an intention to appropriate for the next 2 biennia. Sorry, so in the next 2 years, next biennium. Which the Appropriations Committee for the next year will have to look at that commitment along with other commitments. We have tried to estimate how much money is coming into the Education Future Fund versus the commitments coming out of the Education Future Fund. And I think our estimates were that the fund could run at least until 2030, 2031, with just the status quo legislation that has passed to date. We'll have to see what your colleagues in future legislatures decide to do. So, but it is not, the Education Future Fund as passed and in legislation to date is not a sustainable source of funding in the long run for schools. So some additional work is going to need to be done to pay for funding for K through 12.
And that's why a lot of school districts are reticent to, so what happens, and then you try to decrease your levy, you try to get less income. The school districts don't have a reliable, long-term funding, other funding source. And then the legislature has recently tried to pass additional restrictions on how much school boards and school districts can, restrictions on their levies and all that stuff. So it's rough, sorry.
And one of the things that the legislature wanted with this Education Future Fund money was property tax relief. So they expected that we're giving you all this extra money, you lower your levies, and then everybody will be happy. And without regard to perhaps the needs and resources of the school are still an issue. So another thing on the foundation aid per student that we talked about, the Native American school that was spending $50,000 per student, 193 students times 1,500 isn't a lot. They don't have a lot of valuation in that school district, so it's not helping, maybe not helping the students that you're trying to help with the formula. So, and then they also put in things in the Education Future Fund to address teacher turnover, to increase career and technical education classroom programs, and to provide students with mentors. So whenever there's a bill that's introduced and they don't have money for it, they say, well, we'll just pay for it with the Education Future Fund. So that's kind of an issue too. So So in the 2024-25 state aid certification, it was $1.2 billion that was certified for schools. 468 million was foundation aid. So that was a new component that wasn't part of the formula before. So now it's pulling 468 million going to these schools, which the legislature and the governor want you to use for property tax relief. So what happened with foundation aid means that equalization aid went way down because when you do needs minus resources equalization aid, when you get this foundation aid thrown into the mix, a lot of schools became non-equalized as a result because of the foundation aid that was going out. So that kind of changed the formula as we know it, which is maybe another reason why that should be something that is looked at is how do you want to fund the state aid formula? What do you want children to be able to do when they graduate? You know, what are the things that are important for education? So those are some issues that are now coming to bear, but equalization aid was 863 million in 22-23. Now it's dropped to 501 million because of this foundation aid and what they've introduced to the formula. Data that documents what this additional revenue is doing is not available yet because that won't be available till the end of this year. So when that comes out, we'll know more about what it's doing. Is it impacting levies? Are they going down? You know, how's it impacting schools? So that is still a bit of an unknown thing, but if they come in again next year and they decide, well, this isn't happening fast enough, let's change something else. Then you have all these things that these balls in the air and you don't quite know what that impact is going to be. So that's something to look for as the session starts again next year. The school districts have limits on what they can budget for. So they have limits on budget growth, which is like 2.5% per year they can grow their budget. And then they have a limit on their what they can tax, which is $1.05 on their levy. And then they have a limit on the cash reserve, which is how much you can carry forward from year to year for unplanned expenses, like if your boiler goes out or a bus crashes or something like that, you have to have a reserve so you can manage your business. So in 2023, they also passed a bill that now limits the property tax growth. So they have a revenue limitation, property tax limitation, budget limitation, and cash reserve limitation. So going forward, we don't know how that's going to affect schools, but it becomes very tricky when you're trying to budget for a school district when you're not sure of the revenue sources that you're going to get and how all this is going to come into play. And then if you can actually raise enough revenue to run your school district. So that's another issue that's going on right now.
It's great. It's really fun to do school budgets.
Yeah, so the base limitation for the property taxes is 3%. So you can increase your property tax, or they call it non-property tax. Well, they have a thing called a property tax request authority that they tell schools how much they can ask for each year in property taxes. So it's a 3% increase, plus you get an additional increase if you have limited English proficiency student increases, poverty student increases, those type of things. But we're new in this new way of budgeting, so we're not quite sure how this is going to affect schools. But then also, as we go forward, there's term limits, and then senators that were there before that maybe instituted some of these things maybe won't be there, you know, as the schools are running into the brick wall of whatever happens. So that is some things that we try to work with the senators also when we're keeping track of what's happening in the finance part. So as I said, they're subject to a lot of limitations, but the state aid formula is not necessarily broken. The problem is that it's never really allowed to work, or we don't know what one thing does before they do something else to it, so. That has been kind of an issue, but the property tax relief is something that's very real and something that taxpayers want very badly, and everybody is just trying to do best they can to get this done. But those are things that, as you come into the legislature, you're gonna have to deal with as well. And, you know, that will be something that will need to be addressed. I think the governor is talking about a special session to address property taxes, so schools always end up in the crosshairs of something, so that's what we have going forward, so that's all I have. Does anybody have questions?
That's it, Tom?
Yes.
While you're maybe fielding questions, I wanna pull up the school district profiles on the website.
Oh, yeah.
I just remember that, but if you guys have questions, please.
Connie, thank you for tolerating my interruption.
No, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Cause you live it. I mean, you know all the stuff.
Yeah, it is just, I really want all the school districts across the state to do well, and it's just, the legislature, and I've seen this every year that I've been the legislative committee for the NASD, is that the people who are trying to make the decisions at the top don't understand how that affects the very districts. Some of the things that people think are the most important things in the districts are the districts, and it's unfortunate, so.
Yeah, it's an issue.
I just wanted to draw your attention as we're wrapping up to, on our website. If you go to Nebraska Public School District Profiles, we have mapped, this is thanks to Rosin and Connie building this. We have a map here of all 244 school districts in the state. And have information on the demographics of the school district, achievement in terms of how students are doing in the schools, as well as the finances for the school district. So you can actually put two different school districts right next to each other together in terms of their tax levies, their graduation rates, their student enrollment, et cetera. So if you want to spend a little bit of time sort of getting familiar with the school districts in your legislative district, this is a resource to you. And I think, thank you. Connie and Rosin spent a lot of time on this one, and the data is ever changing on this. So I think some of what we're gonna be doing over the summer is probably updating some data. So
I think I used this when I went and testified in front of the education committee, because I pulled up the difference, because they were trying, it was ordinance bill to try to, per student, we were just gonna fund, we were gonna put a price tag essentially on every kid's head, and I pulled up Baird Public Schools, and I said, they have 319 students. If you only, their budget is this, if you only did this much money per student, you would be cutting their budget by 2/3. How do you expect this school, it was his school district, by the way, it's in his district. And then I brought up the Native American, and I don't want to mispronounce it, but like, this is, how are you gonna tell them how to, it was. So I did use your website, it was a very helpful.
I mean, there's not really an easy answer to the property tax problem or to financing schools. I mean, everybody has an opinion on how to do that, but it is important, and it's something that you need to pay attention to.
yeah. All right, thanks.
And don't be afraid to go to your school board meetings, especially, they're super fun.
All right, I think that's it for the content that we had all prepared for you. So thank you so much to those of you who stuck through with us until 2:30 this afternoon.